All right, good morning. Are we recording? Great, thanks. Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, January 9th, 2024, and it's 8:50 a.m., and this is a meeting of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Committee, and we have a quorum. So can we start out with a roll call, please?
Brent Rubin.
Here.
Deborah Carpenter.
Here.
Jerry Hawkins. Krista Nightingale. Linda McMahon. Matt Houston. Peter Goldstein.
Here.
Rory Lopez.
Here.
Nathaniel Barrett.
Here.
Jennifer Scripps.
Present.
Joe Cannon.
Here.
Colin Yarbrough. Maureen Milligan. That concludes our roll call.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Agu. All right, just a little bit of housekeeping or an explanation of how today's meeting, I think we'll proceed as first. We will start with input from public speakers, and then we will move on to the Forward Dallas Draft Plan review and discussion. And that's a continuation of our attention to this item from our last meeting in December. And in that meeting, we had a motion to send the draft plan on to the City Plan Commission, subject to any changes that we had made. We adjourned at our last meeting without taking that motion. So again, when we get to the plan review and discussion, we will again put that motion on the floor. Then, rather than immediately voting on that motion, continuing our discussion and proposing changes if anyone has changes to propose. So with that, we will start with our public speakers. I know that we have a few folks signed up to speak online, as well as I see several folks here at City Hall. So we'll start with our speakers at City Hall first. And please start with your name and address for the record. And if you would, you have 2 minutes to make your comments. So whoever wants to kick it off, you have the floor.
Morning, Ed Zara, 1003 Valencia, District 14. The Neighborhood Coalition of Dallas demands that the single-family residential zoning continue as a city-supported land use with the City of Dallas and not allow any upzoning that would eliminate it. Further, on Tuesday, December 20th, the Housing and Homeless Solutions Committee meeting, it was made clear that the majority of City Council supported the preservation of single-family zoning. For discussions, it is the consensus of our coalition that the following revisions need to be made to Forward Dallas 2 document. 1, remove all references allowing accessory dwelling units, ADUs by right. 2, add new place type, single-family residential. 3, add new place type, historic conservation plan development districts and neighborhood stabilization overlay areas. 4, change single-family attached land use definition, single residential unit with accessory uses based on Board of Adjustment approval. 5, need more public input on 2.0 document from each council district before Forward Dallas advances. Since the blanket ADU mandate is a zoning change, all 257,000 plus single family owners must be notified and public hearings held to determine acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Greg Estelle. I live at 411 Bondstone Drive in the Old Lake Highlands neighborhood in District 9. Let me begin by first thanking the members of the committee for their work on Forward Dallas over the past 18 months. Having 17 years elapse without an updated land use plan requires significant effort by you and city staff and must include the adoption of feedback from Dallas residents for this process to be viewed as successful. However, the effort appears to be less than 25% complete and certainly not ready for any action by the committee other than reset your timelines for completion of a plan that residents will approve. Some of the questions yet to be answered are very basic. Incredible data is lacking. Driving density using a blunt force approach of by right development of duplex, triplex, fourplex, and accessory dwelling units in single-family neighborhoods rings favorably only to developers. It's lazy policy. May I suggest you get briefed on the largest and most complete study on the effects of loosening zoning restrictions to improve housing affordability over a 20-year period, published by the Urban Institute just 9 months ago. They found, and I quote, "no statistically significant evidence that additional lower cost units became available or became less expensive in the years following reforms across 1,136 US cities studied." Just because Austin did it is not land use policy. Please demand better.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Melanie Van Landingham, 6311 Lakeshore, District 14. Instead of this blanket approach to planning, this comp plan needs to address specific and focused planning areas where NCT COG shows most of the 300,000 will actually go. Far southeast, far east, and northwest Dallas. This density everywhere mantra only continues developers' focus on hot real estate areas and is completely inequitable for southern Dallas. Is the city turning its back again on the southern sector for another 20 years? The matrix needs a single-family residential place type, allowing ADUs by BOA permit only as it is now, separate from the community residential. Allowing 3-story multiplex buildings of 4 or 10 units or even more right next to single-family homes everywhere is entirely unacceptable. This absolutely incentivizes bulldozing single-family neighborhoods, replacing them with wildly incompatible units, and the state won't allow you to mandate context-sensitive design. And this certainly is not about affordability. It's an assault on existing homeowners and replaces multi-generational homes with expensive studios and one-bedrooms that may have actually less density. And those millennials wanting to return or stay in Dallas, they want single-family homes, not many studios. I'm the first person in my working class family to own a home. This is where I've grown stability for my whole family, and I'm not alone. Destroying existing single-family neighborhoods destroys generational stability of all Dallas homeowners.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Cookie Peden, 7111 Debbie Drive, Dallas 75252. I live in District 12. I attended every one of the Forward Dallas community meetings in my area, as well as a couple of meetings in different parts of Dallas. Nothing in any of those meetings indicated there would be such sweeping changes as you've now presented in the draft of Forward Dallas 2.0. City's residents remain totally unaware of the changes that could have significant impact on their lives and on the single most important investment they ever make, the purchase of a home. No one disputes the need to provide additional housing units in Dallas. However, the lack of transparency provided thus far with changes proposed in this draft do not inform area residents in single or multifamily areas of what rights they could lose as both homeowners and as multifamily residents. Infrastructure is not in place to support the proposed plan, and without that, this plan is doomed to dismal failure. City has stated that 1,000 to 2,000 people have attended information gathering sessions. That is hardly a significant statistical sample of the entire residents of the city of Dallas. Sessions thus far were information gathering only. There was no feedback. No one presented how they planned to implement this type of plan and the changes that are being proposed. As authors of this plan and people integrally involved in the adoption of this plan, you are accountable to the residents of Dallas. I urge you to use all possible media and other resources at your disposal to let the people of Dallas have an opportunity to provide their input and their reaction to what you're proposing here. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Karen Roberts, 502 Cameron Avenue in the Mount Auburn neighborhood, located in District 2. In 1981, Mount Auburn residents came together with our councilman, Lee Simpson, and changed our zoning from Townhouse 3 and multifamily to PD 134. This was a huge effort as our community was only 40% owner occupied. Fortunately, many properties of the absentee owners belonged to people who grew up in the houses they owned and or had family ties. But many of the properties were owned by speculators who allowed the houses to decline while they waited for the price of the land to increase. Nonetheless, Mount Auburn residents were successful with the full support, 100% of the City Plan Commission and all of the City Council members in attaining PB 134. In Forward Dallas, all such PBs, conservation districts, and historical districts must be honored. They are the result of community self-determination and very hard work. They represent a trust between our city government and residents. The City of Dallas should not consider making any changes to existing residential zoning, especially in established neighborhoods. Increased density increases speculation and demolition. Adding density without going through current zoning protocols it may increase density, but it does not increase affordability. Also, residents of Dallas deserve to be informed of any proposal that makes sweeping and harmful changes. Most of the people of Dallas have no idea what this group is planning and the consequences of such change. More public information and discussion is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers that are here in person?
Good morning. My name is Jack Cox. I reside at 7658 El Pensador Drive in Dallas. My primary residence is actually in District 11, although the Estates West subdivision where I reside and represent 640 homeowners as the association president is actually located in both Districts 11 and 12. My wife and I also own a home in Merriman Park, which is located in District 9, and I'm an active member of the Neighborhood Coalition of Dallas. I can assure you, you'll be hearing more from that group regarding upzoning and Forward Dallas. Under the innocuous sounding and opaque label of upzoning, the city is being asked by some council members and city staff to consider proposals that would shrink the minimum lots to no more than 1,500 feet in all Dallas neighborhoods. As a matter of right, every homeowner would be able to build an accessory dwelling unit. Despite the spin that its supporters, many studies have demonstrated that upzoning, such as mandating ADUs or requiring required minimum lot sizes in single-family areas, does nothing to improve housing affordability. We now learn that the latest iteration of Forward Dallas has no place type for single family. Why? Why is that? Is it because city planners want density at any cost, including single family zoning? We know they tout it as a panacea for the rising cost of home ownership in Dallas, but ignore the destructive consequences of increased population density in a multitude of neighborhoods. It's time for city planners to begin an honest dialogue with individual homeowners, community groups, HOAs, neighborhood associations, and others with their true vision for density and land use in Dallas. In my opinion, they failed to do so thus far. It's time for a constructive outreach to all of the stakeholders in Dallas, along with collaboration and their acceptance that homeowners will not stand for the elimination of single-family zoning. Until they do so, Dallas will never move forward.
Thank you.
In short, changes to zoning must be carefully thought out so that the cure for housing issues are not worse than the disease. Upzoning single family by right in any form is a non-starter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good morning. Pam Conley, Council District 1, 901 North Madison. The upzoning of North Zang between the Trinity and Davis Street did not make more affordable housing. It created density, and it certainly didn't stabilize a neighborhood. The upzoning of West Davis between Zang and Cockrell Hill, Westmoreland, whoever it ends out there, did not make affordable housing. The upzoning of North Bishop between Davis and Colorado did not create more affordable housing. It created density. Your logic in doing this makes no sense to me. And hopefully it won't make more sense to the powers above. Thank you for your time. I know you spent a lot of time on it, but so has the Kid Springs neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Hi, my name is Laura Palmer. I reside at 911 North Madison in District 1. I've come to I've come to every club meeting since September 1st. We have hit upon this over and over and over, that we need a single family place type in this document. The way the document, my understanding is that this is supposed to be a document going forward. It's supposed to be setting the framework for how this city is going to plan in the future. The way it is being drafted right now, you have no flexibility in this document. You are setting an agenda in this document, and you are not creating a tool that can be actually used for land use planning. So I would strongly suggest going back and looking at this as developing it as an actual tool than simply trying to push forward an agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone here in the building has had an opportunity to speak. Did I miss anyone? I don't think so. All right, let's go to our speakers online. The first speaker I have signed up is Douglas Newby. Anja Sanders. Jim Schirmbeck.
Yes, sir.
Can you turn your camera on, please, Mr. Schirmbeck?
Yep. There you go.
Great, thank you. And please start with your name and address, and then you have 2 minutes.
Jim Schirmbeck, 1808 South Good Latimer, 75226. I too have spent quite a few mornings eavesdropping on this committee. I've found it to be an oasis of truth-telling and honest reckoning in a city hall short of both right now. I truly appreciate your unpaid public service. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of a specific issue, environmental justice, in a specific place, the Freedmanstown of Joppy. I've seen this committee wrestle in real time with very complex and difficult issues of policy. The fate of Joppy in this comprehensive plan is not one of those. In its case, the solution is eloquently straightforward. Having become, per capita, perhaps the most polluted neighborhood in Dallas, precisely because public policy made it so, it should now be public policy to provide proportional relief. Joppy should be off limits to industry of any kind. We're almost there. Gone is the heavy industry, but remaining is the light industry, including warehouses. We are so close to giving this community the guarantee it needs and that it's earned through generations of what can only be generously described as premeditated poisoning. Warehouses may not seem like much of a threat, but truck traffic is a major nuisance in Joppy. Lindell is covered and the dust they deposit daily on the roads there. Their exhaust adds to the air pollution. They clog the only major road in and out of the community. Joppy residents are asking you to help them give themselves a proper gateway, not just to their neighborhood, but to all the assets you on the committee and the City of Dallas claims they care about most: the Great Trinity Forest, the Trinity River itself, the Loop Trail System. All of these things converge in Joppy. It could be a magnificent front door for all of those assets. We've come most of the way in doing right by Joppy in this process, and I really appreciate you doing so. Now it is time to finish the job. Give them the relief they need. Give them what compensation you can in this process. Just make it plain commercial. Your vote to banish industry, light, heavy, whatever. It's the most you can do with your limited power and mission on this committee. But as representatives of the City of Dallas, it's the least you can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Evelyn Mayo.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Evelyn Mayo, 2833 Province Lane, Dallas, Texas, 75228. As y'all know, Downwinders at Risk, along with numerous other neighborhood-based and grassroots organizations, have been working with PUD through the coalition since this process began several years ago. And the progress and collaboration between PUD and our organizations on the environmental justice themes and place types has been good. Staff and members of CLUP have been responsive to our concerns, and we are very grateful for that. We know we are now nearing the finish line on this process and have just a few outstanding concerns, specifically on the commercial flex place type land use and the Joppy and Floral Farms communities. The commercial flex place type still allows for warehousing as a primary land use. The primary locations for this place type remain along the Trinity River corridor south of downtown and appear to be majority south of I-30. Warehousing is a nuisance and large source of pollution. This pattern will perpetuate the same disparities in health and quality of life outcomes we see today between Black, Brown, and low-income communities and higher-income white communities here in the city. We propose removing this land use from the place type, or at a minimum make it a secondary land use. The Joppy and Floral Farms communities have no interest in having warehouses in their neighborhoods due to the ongoing and historic environmental injustices they've faced. Based on resident input and the PUD Forward Dallas meeting hosted in Joppy, they have articulated a vision for more small businesses, not warehouses. Same with Floral Farms. We propose changing their designations from commercial flex to community or neighborhood mixed use. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayo. Our next speaker is Cindy Hua. Not online. Jennifer Rangel. Not online. Mr. Baker, I see you there.
Good morning. It's very disturbing that throughout this process.
Mr. Baker, can you please start with your name and address for the record?
Okay. Yes, Daryl Baker.
And speak up if you wouldn't mind. It's kind of quiet.
Daryl Baker, 6306 Elder Grove Drive, Dallas, Texas, Council District 3. It's very disturbing for us that no mention of eliminating single family was brought to us in the numerous meetings we've had about Forward Dallas. The fact that there's not a single family place type included is extremely disturbing to any of us, especially homeowners. There's no protection that seems to be guaranteed to existing historic districts, conservation districts, and other protected single family areas in Dallas. Homeownership and single family zoning makes for vibrant, very strong cities. The multi-family structures, or should I say the multi-structures that can be built on a single lot, is going to be problematic, and no mention of these impacts has been discussed until lately, and it hasn't come from staff. The last-minute nature of this proposal makes it look like a total ambush on our single-family neighborhoods. The other disturbing thing that, at least in our part of town, that we've brought up as citizens and residents to the staff is the inland port, which was created to organize and make sense of industrial uses. It's 129 square miles of area dedicated for this type of use, yet Forward Dallas does not address it as an actual solution to many of the problems caused by heavy commercial and industrial uses. So we're appealing to your committee to make sure that these fairly major oversights are corrected and included. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Alicia Kendrick?
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia Kendrick. My address is 4741 Joppa Circle, Dallas, Texas, 75216. I helped with the 3-year public health study in Joppa. It was called the Joppa Environmental Health Project with over 50% participation rate. So I know a lot about the health problems that the people of Joppa face due to being so close to industry. But first, I want to give a huge thank you to the staff of Planning and Urban Design, specifically Lawrence. He really went above and beyond to make sure that the community was a part of that process, a part of the Forward Dallas process, as well as coming to our community meeting and explaining and hearing what we had to say and explaining the Forward Dallas process in depth. So we thank him for that. And I'm here again to talk about the Joppa community as well and our current designation as flex commercial. As others have said, it allows warehousing as a primary use, and with that will increase truck traffic. And like others have said, Mr. Schoenbeck specifically, there are trucks coming and going down Linfield at all times. So this would not be a change to what we are used to. It would in fact add to the pollution problem. And sorry, y'all. I have food in my mouth. But and a 3-year-old running around. And we are already facing a lot of pollution due to the Union Pacific Miller Yard as well as Tamco. And those trucks are coming and going, kicking up a lot of dust as well as the pollution from those areas. So we are seeking, from the last conversation we had from a PUD meeting December 12th, we're seeking to change our designated place type from flex commercial to community commercial or neighborhood commercial. Either of those, because it would allow us to really change the front door of our community. Instead of just seeing warehousing, trucks, and smog, we would be able to see community spaces and community resources. And it would just be it would be progress that the city of Dallas has not made thus far in these plans, in these uses, while overlooking us. And thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Kendrick. All right, our last speaker is Julio Chaparro. Not online. All right, well, thank you so much for everyone who came to speak today. We will now turn it over to city staff, Mr. Agu and Mr. Blades for the draft plan discussion. One quick question for the city attorney's office. We had a motion that was made last time to advance this, but we didn't take action. Do we need to make that motion again, or is that motion already brought up since it was made at the last meeting?
Daniel Moore, City Attorney's Office. Chair Rubin, because the item was held last time, we just sort of pick up where we were. So the motion that was made at the beginning of the last meeting is the motion that is on the floor. So we do not need a new motion.
Okay. Great, thank you so much. And just to remind everyone, the motion was a motion, and I'm pulling it back up, my notes. A motion by Ms. Scripps, seconded by Mr. Kinnon, to send the plan to CPC after today's comments, pending any amendments made at the meeting. So that's what we're on the floor, and as we go through today, we are able to continue to make amendments. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Agu and Mr. Blades.
All right. right, thank you all. Good morning and happy new year to a lot of you all. Haven't seen you all since November. So I'm glad to be back with the crew. So as we begin, let me get my screen set up. We're going to touch base on a few discussion items and a few questions that Mr. Blades and the team discussed with the body regarding the updates and the application of those updates. So I just want to clarify that we have made those changes in the way that's in concert with this body. So I want to share the screen, and Patrick, if you wouldn't mind just talking through kind of those edits and the general spirit of what we've developed. And then after that, it's going to be a very brief discussion on that component, just because we have the rest of the day to go through the rest of the document, and the rest of the document is text heavy. So just want to make sure that we get through all that by the end of today. So with that, give me a few seconds. I'm going to share my screen, and we'll talk through those edits from last meeting, and then also proceed with the rest of the document. All right, so with that, I can just start from the whatever page you want me to start with.
Yeah, if you want to go to page 1.6 and 1.7, that's the historical background, trends, and issues page. Again, the changes that we made are reflected of the amendments that were put forward by CLUP, and also some suggestions. And just wanted to talk through a couple of those locations where we had suggestions but not clear language, and just wanted to get your feedback on, does this new language reflect some of what you suggested? So here in the historical context of the document, if you remember from a month ago, this is where there's not a lot of red or pink on that left-hand side. That's because we actually took out language, and that was the language that was softening the historical racist context. You know, we would say City of Dallas had racist policies, but so did other cities, and we just took out some of those softening words, so we were more clear in that. And then there on the right-hand side, where we talk about the current issues and trends, have a paragraph in there that details some of the planning that existed in the latter half of the 20th century, giving that, again, trying to put more issues in context of some of the issues that we're dealing with today. So wanted to see if there were any comments on that, or if there were any changes or suggestions that you, the community members would have before moving on to some of the theme pages. Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes, the second paragraph under trends, it starts out saying that the city is primarily dominated by single-family homes, open spaces, and infrastructure. But then it says, notably, industrial research zoning covers 42% in the Northwest. Was there a reason to just concentrate on industrial research as opposed to just industrial zoning altogether? I'm not really sure where this paragraph is going, because it then goes on to say 94% of the manufactured homes are concentrated in the Southeast. And then it talks about 7% of the city's land use area is industrial, but 7/8 of that area is located within the city's southern service district. So we have one sentence talking about service districts. The sentence before just talks about industrial research zoning itself as opposed to industrial hub or whatever, industrial manufacturing. This paragraph just kind of baffles me. It seems like it's been revised a few times and it may have lost its original focus.
Right. So I think based on the edits that we reviewed, two things, and probably help me to maybe clarify what this is saying. The trend was trying to show two things. One, the zoning component of what's happening in the area, kind of just notable trends or issues that were identified from the existing conditions report, and then also looking at the land use component too as well. So as this was developed initially, the idea was to show from a zoning component and also from a land use component what's occurring in terms of just huge highlights related to those components. But based on what you just mentioned, is there a suggestion in terms of what to either focus on or what you think should be highlighted in this section?
Yeah, if the point is to say that, historically certain types of uses were concentrated in certain parts of town. I think it could be said more directly that, such as the manufactured housing is almost exclusively found in south west Dallas, and that, you know, the industrial areas are concentrated in the south and but I think also including northwest. I think this, the way it's worded right now, it doesn't really make that point as clear.
So the spirit of what you're saying is make sure that we're being more specific and clear with where.
Well, what the intent of the paragraph is that certain uses were, you know, intentionally concentrated in certain parts of town. And then the examples can be the manufactured housing in the southwest, and that the industrial zoning is found in the south and in the northwest. I think that would be more straightforward than getting kind of lost in the percentages.
No, that makes sense. I think thanks for the clarity.
May I ask a question of the chair?
Absolutely.
I have a question about the previous page, but if you want to finish this page first, or if we go back to that, however that you want to do that.
I likewise had a question about the previous page. So why don't we see if there are any questions on pages 1.6 and 1.7 or any feedback on that, then we can briefly flip back to the preceding spread. And if you're online, just Mr. Goldstein?
Yes, I know we want to do typos just by sending them in, not to spend our time, but that paragraph we just talked about under trends, the furthermore sentence is incomplete. Furthermore, the southern service area.
Right. Areas encompassed.
Good catch there, Mr. Goldstein. All right, anyone else with feedback on, oh, Ms. Milligan.
The first paragraph under issues that was added regarding racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty, I think you should add low income in front of communities, because it's really the focus on the.
I'm sorry, which
oh, sorry, page, the one we're on, page
1.7.
1.7, okay.
So it says that recaps are near industrial areas, indicating that communities of color are disproportionately impacted. I would add in low income, because the focus of recaps is on poverty, whether it's racially or ethnically concentrated. And then I think you need to add a description of what the disproportionate impact is. So you're saying that they're located near the industrial areas, but what's the negative impact of that location?
Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes, the very last sentence under the last paragraph of issues. The scarcity of housing and limited options, it should be have, but that's not what I'm focusing on. So the scarcity of housing and limited options have also contributed to a reliance on private automobiles for transportation and a built environment meant to accommodate them. It seems to me there's a gap there in cause and effect. Can you explain to me what you were actually trying to say? Because I mean, I don't think that the scarcity of housing built our automobile.
Yeah, you're correct. I think that sentence can be rewritten because the intent there is to clarify that when you have large blobs of just single family housing, and that is located with, not within walking distance to jobs and retail and commercial, that creates an environment in which the private automobile you become more reliant on the private automobile in a built environment to accommodate it.
Okay, what you just said makes much more sense to me than that sentence. So.
Yep.
Anything else on these two pages? All right, why don't we go back to pages 1.4 and 1.5, and I'll give my comment very quickly. That sentence at the very end of page 1.5, report briefings will be provided to CPC and council made available to the public. I think there's one word missing there, which I see reflected in our minutes, and that's annual reports to council. Yes. Is that Mr. Hawkins?
Hawkins, I had a comment for, yes.
Oh, okay.
I had a
great. Is your camera on, Mr. Hawkins?
It is.
I'm not seeing your camera. Can other people see Mr. Hawkins? Okay, perfect. All right, my computer must be acting up. Sorry about that. Well, whenever you're ready, Mr. Hawkins.
No worries. I had a question or comment about the history section. I know that you all mentioned that you took some of that language out. The history and background, historical planning context section. And my question is about one, I think I saw language that says Dallas adopted a city law that permitted neighborhoods to be legally closed to certain races. Legally closed to African Americans. That's what the city.
Mr. Hawkins, I think you're breaking up.
Say certain races.
I think after completely closed, you started breaking up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you better now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the history and background. Dallas adopted a city law that permitted neighborhoods to be legally closed to certain races. That's an inaccurate sentence. The sentence should say that American or Black citizens, because that's what the city charter said.
Hello, Mr. Hawkins, sorry to interrupt you again. We can't hear you well to document what you're saying. So I'm not sure if it's just connection issues or what's happening on your side. We can work on the back end. I just want to be able to get what you're saying
I'll try to
on the record.
fix my connection and come back. I'll try to fix my connection and come back.
Okay.
Okay, and you could also call through your phone. The audio might be clearer that way, and you could still use your computer for video. That might be better.
Yeah. Commissioner, why don't we go to Commissioner Carpenter while Mr. Hawkins works on this connection?
No, I was just trying to clarify. What I heard him discussing was this third paragraph that starts, although Dallas adopted its first official zoning code, where it goes on to say, the city law permitted neighborhoods to be legally closed to certain races. I'm thinking he was asking that there be more clarity as to what race was being.
Okay, and we'll confirm that when he jumps back on. But thank you for that comment.
Commissioner Carpenter, while we wait for Mr. Hawkins to come back, did you have comments on the previous spread?
Yes, I did. Under legal basis on page 1-5, there's a paragraph that has seemingly been added, Texas Local Government Code. The Texas Local Government Code section, whatever, states that municipalities may have comprehensive plans, but then it goes on to say, Section 211 provides that zoning regulations must be adopted in accordance with the comprehensive plan. Can you explain a little bit what the addition is here? Because I have concerns about this because, we don't have zoning code that matches up with the place types that are being recommended. We have, whole new concepts here of major uses and supporting uses that don't exist. We have, there are all kinds of statements here about context sensitivity that the laws don't support. So, I mean, this is a new direction for me.
Yeah, two things. So this was actually in the initial draft. We just clarified a few typos that were in this section. So just kind of clarify that piece. Second part with the zoning, this is just referencing how zoning plays and interfaces with a comprehensive plan. So as a comprehensive plan gets developed through this process, and when this process is hopefully done during the course of the year, and the zoning update occurs, zoning should be adopted in accordance to the comprehensive plan. So if a zoning change or zoning case comes through CPC, for example, they analyze that zoning change in accordance with the comprehensive plan to ensure that it's being adopted in accordance to the comp plan. So that's what the state law says.
Okay, so the way I'm interpreting this is that, once a comprehensive plan is adopted, that the zoning code has to be, modified right then to be in accordance with, everything that the comprehensive plan says, which seems a little sweeping.
Yeah, we can clarify how this is the intent of this, but this is kind of just copied from our state law. But in terms of making sure that we're not confusing this with zoning, we can clarify that by adding to kind of what I said, the relationships between zoning and the comp plan. We can add that language beforehand before we put this language there.
Okay, and I apologize if I didn't catch that before, but I guess the pink color caught my eye. Thank you.
I do have kind of a higher level follow-up question. We've gotten several comments today from people who I know are very interested in these issues who, I watched the meeting of the Housing and Homeless Solutions Committee meeting and, who were I believe vocal and had feedback on that issue as well. Does the comprehensive plan affect any zone? Does the comprehensive plan result in any changes to zoning or the zoning map?
No.
And I'm looking at section 213.005 of the local government code, and in fact requires a comprehensive plan to state a comprehensive plan shall not constitute zoning regulations or establish zoning district boundaries. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thanks.
That being said, would those be helpful additions to that particular section?
Yeah, and that's also a requirement in terms of state law that's added into this document and our maps as well. So that language is going to be on every map you see within this document. Right, but it might also be helpful there to be very explicit, because that sentence that's there now seems very open to a variety of interpretation.
Yeah, we already cite that exact same provision 213.005, so that whole language may be useful there. Anyone else have anything on 1.4 or 1.5?
Mr. Chair, I had a question about under the paragraph that says what this is not, the last sentence, issues like crime or education are indirectly related for Dallas, and the plan can help raise awareness of community priorities that need to be addressed outside of the planning process. I don't know what that's saying.
So in terms of, maybe help us kind of craft it. The intent is to make sure that this is not a silver bullet document. It doesn't solve everything. So the idea behind this paragraph is to mention that Fort Dallas touches on some of those issues that are correlative to land use. Crime, for example, is not something you address through specific land use interventions. You can affect it in certain ways, but it's saying it does bring some of those issues up to bear and for discussion for other policy documents that can address those directly. So if there's any suggestions in terms of maybe how you think we should rephrase that, we can add that here, but that was the intent, is to say that this is not a silver bullet document. It's very specific to land use. It touches on a lot of corollary kind of issues, but the focus on this is land use.
I see it as pretty obvious, but maybe others don't.
Would it be better, instead of saying crime and education, if we said housing and environmental issues? Because again, we can affect some of that through land use policy, but again, it's not a silver bullet to address all of those issues.
Yeah, that would be more helpful. I know what you're saying and why you're saying it. It's just a little unclear. I think we can work on the language just to that.
Do we have Mr. Hawkins back on? Do not see him. All right, well, when he hops back on, we can certainly go back to the portions of the document that he had comments on. Does anyone else have anything on either 1.4, 1.5, or 1.6, 1.7? Mr. Lopez, is your mic on with you? Okay, gotcha. All right, back to you.
All right. So again, just to kind of reiterate kind of the purpose of this, more of a kind of a courtesy update, just to make sure we're in line in terms of the spirit of what was mentioned. So if there's any other kind of small typos, issues like that, please provide that to us, through email. Just want to make sure that we're getting the spirit of what the comments were from last meeting, and just make sure we're on track to complete the rest of the document. All right, process and timeline.
So really, and again, trying to focus on the bigger changes that we made from the previous meeting. We had a lot of comments about the economic development theme. And so we wanted to visit that page to see if we were able to move the ball closer with the language that we put there. Because we did make changes to the other theme pages, but most of those were pretty direct. But this is one where, quite frankly, CLUP said, can you go back and just have another go at this whole theme page? So you see there's a lot of red language that's there, but a lot of it is just rewriting with some of the intent. Again, taking a look at what the goal was and hearing feedback from different CLUP members, that we're providing equitable development of Dallas's diverse communities across the city through revitalization of neighborhood centers, commercial corridors, employment centers, and transit areas. I believe is stated in a better way than we had originally. And then, why is this important? We've talked about disinvestment in certain commercial areas, industrial land uses needing to be phased away and transitioned away in certain areas. Also had comments about strategically growing local businesses to support the tax growth, and then addressing the issues that are going on in South Dallas, Southern Dallas, that are preventing some investment there. And then number two, the where are we today? Again, that had previously had information about where jobs were and how many people were commuting. We have changed that to focus on the city's economic development policy. That part of that policy dictated that Forward said basically that you need to do something like Forward Dallas to get clear definitions about what the future land uses are in certain areas, so that economic development policies can then reinforce what the vision for those areas are, making those investments in neighborhood centers, commercial corridors, transit areas, and employment centers. But I would be open to hearing any feedback on this theme page.
Members? Anyone? I don't want to speak too soon, but it sounds like y'all did a good job on the rewrite.
No. Okay, thank you.
I mean,
Mr. Carpenter. Yep.
yeah. Can you explain? I'm sorry, I got lost in here somewhere. How did we skip so many pages and get right to economic development?
So we can go back and take a look at some of those pages if there are specific questions on it.
Okay.
But we did want to focus this meeting on the place types. We did want to send your document that said, we did hear the comments about and the amendments on the other place types. And we can go back and take a look at some of those specifically. But just wanted to make sure that we were giving ample time to the place type pages, because we know there will be, it's very text heavy, and we wanted to engage in that conversation. But if you have other questions or suggestions or issues with some of the other pages, please, point them out.
Okay. Well, shall we finish this particular?
Why don't we finish this page and then we can why don't we land on each of the other page? And if you don't have any comments on them, or we can just open it up for questions.
Right. And also just make sure that Mr. Hawkins gets his
yes,
input as well.
I am watching carefully, so whenever he hops back on, we will go right back to him. Ms. Milligan.
Whereas just one suggestion on this page 211 for why is this important, key issues 1 and 2, they don't include the actual negative impact. So if you look at some of your other issues, they discuss, or even if you look at 3, Southern Dallas continues to face challenges in attracting private investment. So you identify the place and then you identify the negative issue. Transition of industrial land in socially vulnerable areas doesn't really identify what the issue is, if that makes sense for 1 and 2.
Yep. That we can better define what socially vulnerable areas are.
Well, or is it that we need to transition industrial areas? We need to transition away from industrial areas and socially vulnerable areas. I just don't understand what you're saying is that, so it's not a definition of socially vulnerable, but what is the problem you're defining right there?
Because are you talking about industrial areas that are in close proximity to residential areas, which tend to be socially vulnerable areas because of that co-location?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Commissioner, yes.
And just to clarify, I want to make sure I get your suggestion in terms of those two. So in terms of identifying what those issues are a bit more clearly, will you just kind of repeat what you're suggesting, how to do that?
So I agree with Commissioner Carpenter. I think with one, you're trying to identify that there is a need to transition away from industrial proximity to residential neighborhoods, especially in socially vulnerable areas. And with two, disinvested commercial corridors lead to lack or there are lack of amenities and job opportunities in disinvested commercial corridors. Something, I don't know what you were trying to get to with the commercial corridors, if it was just a blight issue or if it was an amenities and an access issue, but I think that just needs to be identified.
Oh, thank you so much.
Any other comments on this spread? All right, why don't we go back to 2.4 and 2.5, the EJ pages. And I don't know, since y'all already went past, I'm guessing you don't have any comments, but presentation for us, but.
I guess the only kind of high level thing that I noticed when I returned is just the addition of sustainability in this spread. So we went to the EPA website and got their definition of sustainability and added that here as well. So if that definition is sufficient, I think that might give us a thumbs up. But I think everything else minor related to the feedback from the last meeting.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Carpenter.
Yes. At the very top of the page where it talks about actively and equitably protecting communities, and skipping some through proactive protection, conservation, and sustainable practices. I mean, some of my comments I'll probably make again when we get to the commercial flex place type. But when we're talking about, if we put in bold here at the top of this page, proactive protection, I think we really need to come down hard on what that means in terms of, say, development code amendments that need to really directly confront the warehouse situation. If right now we don't have a breakdown in types of warehouses, so when you get to commercial flex and you say warehouses are allowed, that can go from tiny little business with one loading dock to a gigantic logistics warehouse. You have the problem of commercial motor vehicle parking that our current development code classifies as a retail and personal service use, but they disproportionately aggregate in these industrial areas and cause very bad environmental impacts. So if we're going to talk about proactive, and then infrastructure investment, one of the letter that we got about Joppy was talking about Linfield Road and how they call it the dirty road, the sandy road, the dusty road. We have the same problem in Northwest Dallas when you have Ryan and Spangler and Luna, when you have these heavy industrial areas and an absolute dearth of adequate infrastructure, when you have dirt streets or just streets that have been so degraded you can't tell them from dirt. Maybe we need to call, if we're going to talk about proactive, then we need to say, then there needs to be major infrastructure investment, especially in these socially vulnerable areas we're talking about where you have industrial residential proximity. If we're going to be proactive, we need to boldly say that we have starved these sectors in infrastructure, and we need to make those investments.
Right, and I think your comments are kind of right on the money in terms of what we're going to be delving into, like in our implementation section, where it kind of goes to detail in terms of how are we being proactive with this particular goal. So this spread is kind of more general, kind of high level, and then like the details of how to do what you just mentioned is what we can delve into in the implementation table of this section. And I think all of those actions that you just mentioned, we can kind of look to add those and develop those further.
And then I think there's you have a potential here for some adding some text where it has to where are we today. That middle pink paragraph has occurred somewhere else. That we had that earlier in the document. I don't know that it really adds anything here.
Right.
And then, even though I've brought this up numerous times, I don't see that it's reflected in the document because we keep hammering away at excessive impervious surfaces, and I completely get the issue. Citywide that you want to deal with stormwater runoff and that sort of thing. But what I'm afraid of and what I see in zoning cases is planners will lift sentences out of the context, and the issue, the attitude becomes that impervious surfaces are bad. Well, when you have heavy industrial traffic driving on pervious surfaces, which means base compacted gravel, it's a huge, huge air quality problem. And so, somewhere in this document, I would just like to see that acknowledged so that we don't keep, it may be an unfortunate reality that we have to have impervious surfaces for that kind of heavy traffic, or perhaps there is a pervious surface that doesn't cause that problem. And that's a proactive measure that could be taken to say, we need to get away from allowing base, what they call base, as a driving surface in these areas, because what we're doing, it's not only is it being not proactive, it's keeping these communities down. So
no, that's a good point. I think as we develop conversation with our technical review committee, those who are kind of more savvy with the engineering component of how to develop that, that's a great component to mention. Like, how can we do what we're trying to do with this plan with CCAP, and does that make sense from an engineering perspective? So that's a question I'm going to probably add to an ongoing conversation, because as we put things down here in our implementation table, like, we're going to make sure that is actually realistic. And I think you're just touching on the fact that some of these items need to kind of be looked at from that realistic lens.
And it need to have a balanced perspective of looking at this, not just look at it from a stormwater perspective, but also look at it from an air quality perspective. And that's the point. Thank you.
Would it help if we, on 1.4, when we're talking about excessive impervious surfaces citywide, should we talk about in inappropriate locations or something like that? So or in non-industrial locations, or just so we can clarify that. I'm trying to think of an easy way to.
Yeah, because the topic here is environmental justice. So environmental justice, it tends to be focusing on industrial and residential. So perhaps so talking about excessive impervious surfaces citywide is not really focused on environmental justice.
Commissioner, perhaps. Sorry, go ahead, please.
It's a sustainability point.
Yeah, it's a perfectly valid point across the entire document. But as far as being a focused comment on environmental justice, I think it misses the mark.
Yeah, and I think number 4 there, I think, is a good key issue. I think your point, where in the document the impervious surface creating environmental issues, I think that's something that, as Lawrence mentioned, if there is a solution from our technical review staff, then that lives, I think, in the implementation table, because we know what we should do. We should implement this suggestion because it addresses some of the impervious surface. If there's not a great solution from them, then I think that statement moves to this part where it becomes number 5, and we say we know this is an issue. We might not have a perfect solution, but it doesn't mean that we don't need to keep working on it. Does that make sense? Because again, trying to get at where
I do understand what you're saying. I just think that, as it stands now, this environmental justice theme, number 4, does not really have anything to do with environmental justice. It has to do with environmental, but it's not a justice issue.
Right. I think just to clarify, this theme is not just environmental justice and sustainability. That's why we're adding kind of the definition for both, and we're talking about both in this spread. So as we look at this, some of those deal with environmental justice, some deal with sustainability, but as a comprehensive kind of spread that we're looking.
But if you read the rest, 1, 2, 3, and everything under current conditions, it's pretty much talking about the environmental justice. So At the very minimum, I'd like to see something added that really hones in on the problem that are specifically environmentally justice issues, in these areas that are industrial close to residential.
Yes, thank you.
I agree. I think in terms of, what's important here from the big overview that we've got, we've mentioned the urban heat island and stormwater, which are critical. And then maybe we just need to add another point about air, and I would add water quality too.
Point taken. Thank you.
And just for my notes, it would be a statement about the negative impact of vehicle traffic on pervious surfaces in regards to air and water quality. But
Yes, yeah, especially where you have heavy commercial, heavy industrial traffic.
I'm just trying to think through this a little bit more. Is this almost a follow-up to, because we talk about negative impact on quality of life due to, and health due to industrial proximity? Is it a negative impact on air and water quality due to transportation generated by relating to industrial uses or something like that? I'm just trying to think of how we fit this in. I don't want to necessarily decide it right away. I'm just
right, and I think the kind of spirit of what I'm hearing is as we're looking at these key issues, one thing that's just lacking is that kind of acknowledgement of the kind of air component, the water component, and looking at that industrial proximity component. So I think with what we've heard, I think those can be these texts can be massaged to do that. I don't have one top of mind right now, but I think I'm understanding the spirit of what you're mentioning. I'm not sure, Patrick, if we kind of touched on that, but
it is a very important. Yeah. To me, it's important enough to call it out, somewhere, right? Because what happens, we have current zoning cases all of the time, and the mantra becomes that impervious is bad, right? And I mean, an excess of impervious is, I get it completely with pervious and impervious, but I'm just saying. But it does not work. It causes tremendous environmental justice problems to have heavy truck traffic on the pervious surfaces that are used today. I'm not saying there aren't some that would solve the problem, but on what we call base, which is allowed in Dallas, it is a tremendous problem.
Anyone else on the 2 pages? Still don't see Mr. Hawkins on. Maybe someone could reach out to him on city staff and see if we can check in on his technical issues and offer him any assistance we might be able to. All right, let's go to 2.6 and 2.7 TOD. I don't see a ton of pink text here, but any comments folks have?
I have a general question that's going to kind of apply across the document. When it talks about vacant land that's available for various things, any land can be made vacant. So how are we going to determine, when we talk about, especially when we move on into housing and we talk about those are vacant lots, vacant land's a great place to have infill. Where's the line? Anybody can tear down anything at any time and say, okay, it's vacant now.
Right. So I guess 2 things. When you talk about vacant, you can talk about a vacant structure, or I think the way that DCAD has it, just nothing is being developed. There's no improvement to the land. It's just vacant, just land. So the way that we're looking at it is kind of just vacant land of itself, because vacant isn't a land use. It identifies how that particular land use is being occupied or not. So we're using DCAD data to help us identify where those parcels are, and that's kind of the focus of that component.
But I guess my question really is vacancy triggering eligibility for denser development.
So I would like to revisit this conversation when we're talking about some of the place types, because I think because we took a look intentionally to try to remove some of that vagueness in talking about vacancy and underutilized property.
Underutilized, yes.
And so we have some different language in the place type specifically where we try to get at more of that, what we're talking about.
I just wanted to bring it up as soon as I saw it so we can start getting the wheels turning about that, because I'm getting questions about it, from community members.
Yeah, and as we have this further discussion, I think then some of the parts in Forward Dallas where we haven't taken it out yet gets replaced with better language of how we talk about property in Dallas and how it can redevelop.
Thank you.
Members, any other comments? All right, housing choice and access. Mr. Carpenter.
There seems to be I think this is the page on which the tension between the need for more housing, more types of housing, and the other need to preserve existing naturally affordable housing, where the tension really starts showing. Because, under the key issues, we have one, a lack of diverse and affordable housing options citywide due to zoning and land use barriers. Well, we've heard a lot of comment and there's a lot of discussion about, density not necessarily driving affordability. And then goes on to number 2 about decreasing stock of naturally occurring affordable housing. Okay, and then you go over to the pink language that's under Where Are We Today, talking about there's a notable trend of aging housing stock, as if that's a problem. But the aging housing stock is whether it's single family or multifamily, tends to be what the naturally occurring affordable. So it's almost, okay, we have a problem that we're losing naturally affordable housing, but then it's also a problem that we have all this older housing stock. Well, how can those, can you help me with where you're going here?
No, definitely. So kind of in consultation with our housing department, the issue that they see is as housing stock ages, what we don't do well in Dallas is preserve the housing stock. So as those housing deteriorates and doesn't get reinvested or updated, other new development occurs somewhere around the corner, and the preservation of those that natural occurring housing, which is through the aged housing, doesn't get updated. So I think the issue is focusing on preserving. Well, I guess before I even go into the possible solutions, just looking at the issues. The issues is because of those aging housing stock and not being preserved or taken care of. That just adds to that stock of just kind of deteriorating development that we have in the city and not being added to help with the housing cost issue that we see. So that was kind of the connection, was the aging housing stock and preserving that housing stock is how we can help with that affordable, natural occurring affordable housing.
So is there, if we're talking about being proactive in a lot of these cases, so are we, what is the strategy for preserving these?
So just to kind of just go back, I'm hearing this a few times on this spread. So the kind of key issues is just kind of going back to maybe how we're phrasing it, kind of showing like why. And I think we can clarify the why it's an issue and not kind of just proposing the solution. So we can say something to the fact that because of the lack of preservation of aging housing stock, that decreases natural occurring housing, something like that, to kind of qualify the importance of adding that. So we can add that language to that if that makes sense. I think that's kind of ringing true in a few of these items on multiple spreads. So just kind of providing a qualifier as to why it's important, and then we can connect that to the solutions or proposed action items or action steps in our implementation section.
I think it kind of links to, the kind of the missing, there's some references to an anti-gentrification toolkit and anti-displacement measures and things like that. Because I think, most of us recognize that when you get new construction, regardless of whatever the density or size, it triggers changes in a naturally affordable area. Land prices start going up, and there's a cascading series of effects. The vacant lots in the area go, then the rental property goes because of rising housing, because of rising land prices, because DCAD doesn't discriminate. Once they see higher prices being paid for land or housing, they raise the prices on everyone. So I'm just struggling philosophically, generally, with how we keep naturally affordable, especially single-family neighborhoods, while simultaneously pushing for new construction infill.
I think it's if you have the answer, we have the answer. That'd be.
I know we'd have the Nobel Prize in economics or something, but it because to me the document comes down very heavily on pro new construction. It seems that the priority is to bring down the price of new housing, however you can. But by doing that, it seems to me that we're negatively impacting preserving naturally affordable housing. So,
go ahead.
Yeah, and as Mr. Gu mentioned, yes, we would be honest speaking to work. We had the answer to that. It's what a lot of cities are struggling with. It's how do you have a house that was built in 1970 or 1870, and how do you make sure that that structure, can be preserved if it's naturally affording, if it's an affordable price, but also contemplating the fact that additional housing units need to be built around that structure as well. It is a very difficult question.
Yeah, especially when we have a document here that's focusing on and some of the ideas that have been floated at the city council level to have drastically smaller lot sizes and more density where there are vacant lots. We have to look at almost what we did with the industrial areas where we have the lower income single family neighborhoods in the southern sector, driven by segregation and co-located with industrial. And then you had redlining where people could not get mortgages or, loans to keep their businesses going or their houses going, and inadequate code enforcement. And then you couple that with very aggressive demolition policies that targeted the houses that are less than 3,000 square feet. So we created destabilized neighborhoods with a lot of vacant lots, and these neighbors have had to be very resilient to hang on at all. And so now we're saying, because of all this vacancy, we're going to drive infill development there, and we know that it's going to displace the people that are there through higher. I mean, that's an environmental justice to me, an economic justice issue also. So,
and I appreciate everything you just mentioned because it just kind of clarified. It just kind of reiterated that we need to clarify for this spread and all spreads, what's the land use focus? Because housing and other issues, it's not just a land use thing. It kind of touches on all those different issues and areas. So as we kind of refine and clarify what the key issues are, is just making sure that this is focused on the land use component, which is what this addresses. And the other components that touch on land use, touch on housing, we can allude to those things and in our implementation table and how our other partners are going to help us do that. But thank you so much.
Mr. Barrett.
Yeah, I don't see a conflict between wanting to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing and encouraging additional development. The loss of stock of natural occurring affordable housing is driven by land values. You have rising land values, you increase the pressure to redevelop land, right? So the more broad-based infill development we can have citywide, it acts as a reduction to the value of land, which is what we're trying to do here, because the alternative, demand suppression, where is a bad thing, put it that way. And we've tried that in some neighborhoods. It doesn't work well. This is the best alternative to maintaining broad-based affordability, doing the best with what we can in the face of a growing regional population and high housing costs. So I don't want to pretend that there won't be some houses that get demolished because their houses have gotten better since 1970s and on many measures. I mean, I myself live in a house from 1913. It has lots of great features. There are a lot of things that are not great about it as well. And really, whether it's accessibility, affordability from energy efficiency and things like that, it is healthy and normal to have old houses be replaced or at least upgraded over time to meet growing wealth of our society. So I don't want us to hold ourselves back on meeting the needs of our modern society based on a kind of an illusory preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing, which will disappear under the status quo.
Ms. Milligan.
Question for Commissioner Carpenter to the point of there's maybe a decreased focus on preservation, looking at the goal that speaks only to increase, so equitably increase attainable housing, potentially equitably preserve and increase attainable housing. I think to the point of your goal, poor conservation of older homes, decreasing the stock of naturally occurring affordable housing. So I agree, Member Barrett, that with increasing land values, that's where you have increasing investment. But I think it's often where you see that massive destruction, it's in areas where the naturally occurring affordable housing has not been preserved, right? You have Swiss Avenue, you have areas that you've mentioned where the preservation of the older housing stock means that there's not as much of a desire or need to redevelop because people really want to live in those homes. I think that what you're trying to get to with goal 1 is where we've really disinvested in communities. And those homes have not been adequately maintained, which makes them vulnerable to real estate investment. And of course, tax policy impacts it also. But so I would suggest adding equitably preserve and increase attainable housing options, because those homes that people are in right now, when well maintained, are the source of our existing affordable housing right now. And then secondly, in number 2, where we are today, just a mild tweak regarding the market value analysis. So it does, the market value analysis, while it speaks to home sale prices, it does take into account rental also. So I guess I would suggest taking away that addition of single family, because when it's looking at the strength of the real estate market, it does look at rental prices. It just translates them into home sales values so that there's consistency across the MVA. And then secondly, I would change the language to areas south of I-30 support lower residential markets to there's a prevalence of weaker residential markets, because that's consistent with the language that's used to describe the MVA.
All right, great feedback. And then just time check, it's 10:13. So if possible, we can kind of knock through this section in the next 7 minutes, just to make sure we are able to knock out the rest of the document. And just a quick note, I know we are scheduled to go through 3 if needed. I think we can stay through a bit longer through the end of the day, but we can talk through that as we develop it, because I want to make sure we address all those comments today. Thank you.
I will speak to this spread just a little bit, and I may sort of circle around the point here, so forgive me for not having my points as well honed as I like them. But one thing that we see at City Plan Commission is there are areas where there is single family zoned areas that are destabilized. In spite of that single family zoning, I can think of Elm Thicket and other examples where single family, 1,200-foot homes historically, black area that was actually displaced by the coming in of Love Field, and now those are being, replaced by 3,000, 4,000 foot structures that are going for ungodly amounts. I see the same thing in my neighborhood in East Dallas, where 1,200 square foot homes are being replaced by $2 million plus 4,500 square foot homes. So it seems to be, which is also single family zone. And those were going in the fours now, and they're going for quite a bit more at the moment when they were smaller structures. So I do see that we need tools to preserve naturally existing affordable housing. NOAA, I think it's a fun acronym. I think the question that I see in this document is what is up for conversation when we talk about how do we accommodate increased housing needs and affordability. There are a wide range of opinions on this. We've heard from a few people, some of whom were here today, who think that we need to stick with our single family zoning as it is, and that's the best tool to preserve, possibly with some additional overlay elements and things like that. And we hear people at the opposite end of the spectrum who say, let's get rid of single family zoning, and then we have a range of opinions in the middle saying maybe just infill on vacant lots, other sorts of things, corner lots, corridors. There is a wide spectrum of opinion. The thing that I see in this document is it does not call for a specific solution to all of this in terms of what happens to these single family zone areas. I'm convinced that single family areas will continue to exist after we adopt Forward Dallas, but it opens up the conversation to look at potential options for accommodating density to potentially address some of these issues relating to housing availability and affordability and preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing. The only thing that I see as a very strict policy call that we make here on densities, we do call for ADUs by right citywide. We don't call for duplex, triplex, fourplex by right citywide. We're going to have a conversation about that, but the only specific policy implementation, which I see people shaking their heads and some people don't like it, but we do specifically call for ADUs citywide. Otherwise, all of this missing middle piece that we're looking to potentially integrate in the middle of neighborhoods, on the edges of neighborhoods, is a much more detailed and complex policy conversation that this document only facilitates. It doesn't ultimately make the call on those questions. And even the single family, allowing ADUs by right in single family areas will have to go through appropriate measures, including, ZOAC and the CPC. Is that right?
100%.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, I would just like to add a couple of comments. And first, yes, I think we do need to have citywide, there needs to be a really bare knuckles discussion about density and, what we need and where it belongs. My point that I may not have made very clearly was my problem with what seems like a very focused approach on adding infill density to existing vacant lots is going to have a disproportionate effect on lower income neighborhoods, especially in the southern sector. And if we're trying to, look at things through a justice theme, I think we at least need to acknowledge that. And, whatever the solution is, whether it's beefed up preservation criteria, new kinds of overlays, because we know the current ones don't work for those kinds of neighborhoods. We just need to keep in mind that it will have a disproportionate effect if we continue to focus on adding infill to existing vacant lots.
Yeah, and not to rehash further previous conversations. Again, when we had different residential place types, that was, the point of combining them was that acknowledgement that there was creating inequity in northern versus southern Dallas. But I think for your overall point of, that 1,200, 1,800 square foot structure that exists today as a relatively affordable option.
The
If
size that some people want.
Yes, yeah. If it's not well maintained or if there's not preservation efforts there, it's going to get removed. And what replaces it? To Chair Rubin's point, right now, what's happening is 4,000, 5,000 square foot homes that are selling for a lot of money, single family homes. That's what's happening. And
They
so
don't add density, they just add
yeah, yes.
size and less pervious surface.
All right, we are at 10:20. Just want to make sure that any other outstanding kind of concerns related to kind of the courtesy update that we provided. Again, although we're looking to complete the review of this document today through this body, there's still ample opportunity to provide feedback to our staff throughout the process. Just want to make sure that this is not the last time to do it. We're still here to just talk through any issues that you all noticed.
Mr. Lopez, and then whenever we wrap this up or when the clock hits 10:30, let's take a brief break.
Okay.
I mean, this housing discussion is going to be one of those that they're going to look to this document, they're going to go right to this section. So I think this section is critically important. Three quick things. One, under section 2 here, where are we today? We talk about incomes that have remained stagnant. That's not necessarily true, given the data. Incomes have been rising across the country and across our city. So I want to kind of tailor that a little bit in a way that reflects. It's a little bit dramatic here, you ask me. So I'd like to see if we can just kind of tailor that language. And I can show you the data.
No,
Right
definitely.
here.
Yeah, I think so. When we developed this, two things. This was pulled from our existing conditions report, which was 2-3 years ago. So we can go back and double check the census
Just
data
look
that
at the
we
data.
use.
Yeah, that have been rising about 5%.
Right.
a
So
year.
so we use
it's finally gone above the inflation rate.
Right. So if you want to send us your specific data source,
I can
that'd be
pull
helpful. We can update this section with that.
The second thing is under the did you know section, as a fundamental right. I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, housing access is something we strive for, but how is that a fundamental right? I just, as I read that first section, and oh my gosh, I begin to disagree with the premise of the whole housing choice section. Housing access is something we strive for. I'm not sure it's a fundamental right. And then the third thing is what needs to be done. I really thought about what Deborah Carpenter said, which is a broader discussion on density and land use. And our speakers here today really kind of reiterated this point. I think that's something that needs to be done. And I would add it as a D section there. We definitely need a broader discussion on density, how to just a fundamental understanding of how density works in our city. When we change land use policies to make areas more dense, what does that do to our city? I think the initial reaction is, well, it creates more affordable housing. Well, that's not necessarily the case. But I think we do need a broader discussion led by our planning department on that topic. So I would love to see that as a fourth bullet point here. Thank you.
I want to touch on the second point, just to make sure, related to the fundamental right piece. Just to clarify, are you saying that it isn't a fundamental right? Should it be tweaked in terms of the language? Can you just clarify what you're looking for that?
I think it's something the city strives to do.
Mm-hmm.
We strive to create more housing access, more housing choice, more housing affordability options for our residents. Is it a fundamental right? Where in the Constitution does that say that housing is a fundamental right to anyone?
Right.
No, it's not. So that's my issue with that. And I noticed that it was a change. Somebody added it recently. I must have not been around, but it just seems to me that it's not a fundamental right. It's something we strive for.
Mr. Barrett.
I mean, it is in the Declaration of Human Rights, of which the U.S. is a signatory. Is that housing, adequate housing is a component of human right to an adequate standard of living. And I mean, I don't want to litigate that here, but it doesn't feel controversial to me to say that we recognize shelter as a fundamental human.
I think this document needs to be written for all residents of the city of Dallas, from liberal to conservative.
I think
this leans way left.
I think Ms. Scripps, is that?
Ms. Scripps, yeah.
Yes, I think it's the word adequate. So I think adequate housing is considered kind of a fundamental human right. I think where people get into the right of housing is, I mean, I have employees who want to live in Rowlett or Royce City because they want a certain kind of house and certain kind of yard and certain kind of acreage. That's not, nobody has a fundamental right to that, but we do have a fundamental right, I believe, and I do think it's part of like UN kind of, agreements to a roof over our head. And that is pro density. That's the, argument that when major cities eliminated single occupancy type dormitory housing, what that did to single low income workers. So, I think it's the issue of adequacy, and everybody has kind of a personal preference or personal need. I want all my kids to have their own bedroom. Well, no one has a right to that if you're 5, So I think that's where people really start to say, well, this is or is not adequate.
And I think those are all really great points. I don't have an answer to those, but I think kind of massaging and maybe even adding that to the discussion we have with CPC. I think that might be something to bring to their discussion. I think that was really great points that Mr. Lopez brought up.
I have a question about Mr. Lopez's first point about the stagnant incomes. Would that sentence work if it just says over the past few years, housing costs have risen faster than incomes?
So I want to look at the data first, and when he sends that data to me, we can massage and tweak that based on what you have.
What Commissioner Carpenter said is absolutely true. That is a fact.
That doesn't require any research. I mean, it's generally accepted.
Yes.
All right. Anything else? It's 10:27, so we're due for a break. All right. Why don't we take a break of about 10 minutes? Let's come back at 10:40 a.m. We had a lovely break, but still work to be done, so. Need one more person online to turn their camera on, then we will have quorum. All right, I see at least 7 folks with their camera on. It is 10:48 a.m. We have quorum, and the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Committee is back on the record. Let's move on to our place type discussion.
All right, so thank you for returning. So we're going to continue the conversation from last meeting. We ended with reviewing the place type matrix, which had all the place types and all the land uses that were in conjunction with those. We're going to start with our regional open space. We have 12 place types, and we have the implementation section afterwards. So on average, each section about 15, 20 minutes. So I know Commissioner Carpenter laughing at me right there, like, but in terms of trying to knock out what we need to do, there might be some sections that we just kind of have a few comments on. But I think, for example, some of the residential and the industrial place types might have a bit more time to be dedicated. So just on average, it's going to be about 20 minutes per section. When I say section, per place type, or implementation section. So with that, it is 10:50. We can begin our conversation on the regional open space. This is any issues or thoughts that you all had documented that we didn't touch on from last time, and anything else that you all saw that we need to address on these next two spreads. So it's going to be the intro spreads for each place type, and then the actual place type application, adjacency language, and urban design elements section that we have here. Oh, and one note, sorry, I forgot to mention, on each of these place types, we haven't updated the imagery to this yet. Our consultant is still providing that to us. And those are going to be in response to the comments that you all provided to us in prior meetings as well, in terms of showing some of those urban design elements and also some of the feedback that we got from our urban design peer review panel as well. So those updates will happen after this meeting.
I saw Commissioner Carpenter's finger moving out of the corner of my eye, so we will go to her.
I'm trying to be efficient here. I have one comment. Under context, when it talks about the role of buffering residents from noxious uses, is that really the purpose of regional open space? That almost sounds as if you have, White Rock Lake and you have, residents on one side and a noxious use on the other. I mean, I don't think of regional open space as being buffering people from noxious uses.
That's a good point. So in terms of kind of how it was kind of in the inception of this was it plays a role in that. That's one component of it. But since we're kind of identifying here as a context piece, we can kind of modify that to be something a bit more comprehensive.
Any other comments on regional open space, members? Folks, just 1 second to flip through their notes. Are we ready to move on to small town residential? Let's do that.
And remember, regional open space has a second spread. Just make sure we are good on that too as well. And I put that on the screen for you all to see.
And since the pages or since the spreads are now 2 pages, four pages total each,
right?
We'll just take up the entire spread,
Yeah.
4-page spread for
Exactly.
each place type,
right?
And folks can just hop in with their comments.
Cool, sounds good.
I do have one question on page 3-9, number 4, green plus open space. Utilize conservation design strategies. Are those spelled out somewhere? To integrate disconnected local green space, which looks like it needs some spacing there, but anyway, that's.
Right, so those aren't spelled out in terms of specific policies. We can be a bit more specific as to the types. I think generally from the feedback that we got was just make sure that either through development code or other processes that identifies that. I don't know those top of mind, but we can investigate and provide more detail.
Okay,
to that
because
item.
I wasn't certain if there was actually a document somewhere that had conservation design strategies spelled out.
Members, anything else on the RO place type? All right, small town residential.
I do have a question about including Joppy as this place type because having been fairly recently on a tour of Joppy that I think Black Dallas Remembered and Preservation Dallas did, I don't see the large lots and the type of agricultural focus that Kleberg and Riley have. It looks to me like whatever we're calling the basic single family neighborhood now. community residential. Was there a particular reason that Joplin was included in this?
Yeah, through, and Patrick can jump into some feedback that we got from the community. They mentioned they would like to see this as well. It's kind of close as well to Floral Farms, and Floral Farms has identified that area through its zoning case. I forgot the zoning case number, as having some rural type development, residential development there as well. So we can just confirm and double check with the comments versus the most recent comments that we were receiving. I'm seeing how that jives with this. I think definitely.
So is this an aspirational goal to become more small town residential? Because what I mean, Habitat for Humanity has built hundreds of homes out there, and it pretty much looks like what most of us would think of as a.
That's actually a great point. I think in terms of the local examples, we can clarify that these are either local and aspirational. I think we had started with just local existing, but that's a great point to clarify how that kind of reads through the entire document.
Right, because through the whole place types, there are place types that pretty much match what the existing nature is, and there's others where they don't really match at all, but they're clearly aspirational.
Right. Okay.
I know y'all said that the images are being updated, but I did want to just briefly mention that Grand and I can't remember the cross street there. That's Samuel. Unless I'm missing something, that's not anything close to small town residential.
You're correct.
Okay, great.
I do have another question where it talks about this place type is found in southeast and southwest Dallas. You know, where, but these examples all seem to be southwest. So where in southeast does this occur?
Sorry, most of the examples I believe are in southeast Dallas.
Oh, southeast. Sorry, I
Right.
flipped it. Southwest.
So those would be the areas, and again, thinking through those areas and still having conversations with some of those communities, areas closer around Mountain Creek area where it's aspirational because those are active farms that are out there.
Okay. Well, perhaps it would be good to include an example from that part of town.
Lawrence, can you scroll to the next page too, please?
Yes, 1 second. And let me know which areas you'd like for me to zoom in if needed.
I picked up on this page 4 typos. I think I sent them to you, but I'll send them again later today.
Okay, thank you. And any apologies, me coming back from being away for a while. Apologies if I missed that.
I might have sent them to Miss Gillis, but anyway, I'll send them along.
Okay, thank you so
Minor
much.
stuff.
I do have a question about one of the sentences added on page, let's see, 3-11, where it says industrial land uses do not occur in this place type. Are you saying they should not occur? Because there are industrial land uses.
Two things in terms of the kind of the should not language. I think it's being an advisory document. I'm not sure. Maybe that's a legal question. How we state that. The idea is industrial uses. That's something that we shouldn't see. But should it? Could it? I'm not sure that the proper verbiage to use, but that's along the same lines, right?
Industrial uses are not compatible with this place.
I like that. Right. That's good too. Okay.
Mr. Lopez.
Lawrence, with regard to the small town residential, did you have, when you were doing your town hall meetings, did you get any feedback about broadband access in these communities and the need for antennas in these areas? These are areas that are very poorly served by our internet service providers. Yeah. So just wanted to get a sense of how land use and broadband interconnect in a small town residential? Because
Right.
this is a common complaint. in this
That's a
community.
fantastic question. So I think that those issues came up actually specifically when I went to Joppy, for example, and had meetings there. That just being a issue that they see, frequently. How that connects to land use. The more development that you have in a particular part of town or planned development, that infrastructure investment can be kind of focused on that. When you don't have that much development in terms of looking at the entire city, just how investment is allocated, it might not get allocated in a place that's less dense. So in terms of areas like Joppy, for example, that are more rural in nature, they might not have that infrastructure there because the amount of development isn't as expansive as other parts of the city. So I think there is a connection to how much, historically, investment from a infrastructure component has in the city versus the type of development that we see in the area. So yes, we've heard feedback from our community members that live in the more rural areas that certain types of infrastructure is not readily available to them. We've had some discussions with our business analytics, or I can't remember the particular departments, but they are also looking at broadband access as well. So in areas where there is just lack of that infrastructure, looking to see how the city can, through mobile types of structures or things like that, provide that to them in the interim.
Yeah, I mean, we just have to create an environment where the broadband access, the antennas, the right-of-ways, the infrastructure development to create these lines, either overhead or underground, are acceptable to a community, because this is going to be one of their first complaints, which is lack of broadband access. And because of the density issues found in these communities, the AT&Ts of the world are not serving these communities adequately. But from a land use perspective, we have to encourage this.
Right. Yeah, that actually kind of reminds me of our kind of previous conversation in terms of access rights. Is that a kind of a central right that the community should have?
It's a utility. I don't know if it's a right, but it's a utility, just like electricity and water.
Right. So I think maybe we can, in terms of how that language that we looked at in the housing component and how it kind of like connects to what
I feel about fundamental right.
Right.
Should that also be included as an environmental justice theme that there, because I know I hear more and more about it, that there's the lack of broadband infrastructure particularly in the southern sector.
That's something we can talk with our other departments about. I wouldn't connect those.
It's definitely a thing that, because I know we've met with people who are building apartments in South Dallas, and they say they can't get broadband access unless they pay a very high price for it, because those providers just aren't in South Dallas, the South Dallas neighborhoods. So I don't know if it's environmental justice, but broadband access in general is something that we can look to see where we should be adding that in targeted investment in infrastructure.
Right. And I think for me, just from a land use component perspective, I want to make sure that there's that clear connection between that access and how that occurs and what we can do through this plan to help that. Might be minor in terms of land use composition, but I think that's going to be my piece, is making sure that the land use component, however that looks like, ties into that, because we can throw everything in this plan, but I want to make sure that we can make this do something to move the needle toward that.
Members, other comments?
I have some. Okay. I'm waiting for other people to jump in. On page 3-12, STA2, when large open spaces or properties with limited whatever that is, are defined as small town residential, zoning and infrastructure should be planned in a manner that prevents heavy commercial or industrial land uses. Okay. This sentence really doesn't go together. I mean, either heavy commercial industrial, we just said on the previous page that industrial land uses are not compatible, but then why are we tying preventing heavy commercial industrial land uses to large open spaces or properties with limited I guess that must be development.
Yeah, it's meant because in a lot of these areas, they have a zoning placeholder. It's just ag. in saying that, no, we need to either make that ag zoning district an actual zoning district, not a placeholder, or create a zoning district in which we're understanding that heavy commercial and industrial should not be allowed in this zoning district, and then have that zoning district be implemented in parts of this place type.
So is this sort of prophylactic language? We already say on the previous page, industrial not compatible. And then we say, not only is industrial not compatible, but we're not, suggesting that the infrastructure should be provided that would help facilitate industrial growth.
Yes, we're trying, and there are some, I will be honest, there are some redundancies in these, in the language, just because, again, we want to make it blatantly obvious on some cases. And so that way we're not having, 10 years down the road, a planner pulls something from one section and doesn't pull it from the other section.
And just one more follow-up question. I think of areas where we've seen zoning cases where the justification is, well, the thoroughfare plan calls for a street or a road here, and therefore we need to, this will create truck traffic going through, and this will eventually lead, highest and best use. The only appropriate use is some sort of heavy industrial type warehouse. Is this going in that direction, saying, let's potentially pull back on the thoroughfare plan and call for, sort of lighter infrastructure to be developed here? Is that what sort of created the genesis for this?
So I can speak to part of that, and then Patrick can take that too as well. So we are also in communication with our transportation department. So as we are updating the place types, we're also coordinating with them the thoroughfare plans and which categories or classifications might need to be changed, and then vice versa. We actually have another meeting, I think, next week to continue that conversation. So in addition to the thoroughfare plan and the complete streets manual, which identifies different types of streets correlative to land use, those are going to be updated to jive with each other. So there shouldn't be incongruencies with that when you kind of look at both land use and transportation, which we currently see right now.
Mr. Carpenter.
Okay. STA 3, the second sentence, is as supporting land uses like, then there's nothing there, can occur as an accessory land use. What's supposed to be there? Supporting land uses like something can occur as an accessory land use.
So that would, trying to think about when you have a large lotted farm or ranch, that's something like a retail component or something like a bed and breakfast could be allowed as an accessory to the main land use that might be single family or farm or a ranch. That's trying to understand that in some of these areas there are properties that are utilizing people are utilizing those properties for more than just a single family house. There's other things that are going on there in those properties.
Okay, well, it looks like the two sentences under STA 3 are really saying different things. I mean, the first one, the changes within this place type should be sensitive to the existing context and include inclusive community engagement efforts, seems to be one thought, but then this supporting land use seems to be something completely different, and it's just not a complete thought right now.
I think that might be just a typo, so we can kind of make
there's just something missing.
Right, not definitely.
I keep going? Okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. STB1. New residential development that occurs in this place type should be consistent with existing residential development in either the large lot, ranchette style.
Or more.
Yeah, okay, because that's one thought, but then it says the more compact small town neighborhood or multifamily and mixed use development. I mean, so it should be, if it's consistent with existing residential development, it's probably the large lot ranchette style. Do we already have the more compact small town? I mean, it just seems to be a little garbled. I don't know where you're trying to go with that.
Yeah, it's meant to say that as new residential develops in those areas, there are some instances in which it should develop as a 20-acre property should develop as 2-acre ranchettes because that is some of the development patterns out there. But there was other areas of small town residential, usually closer to main commercial areas, that are more compact, that you have duplexes or smaller apartment buildings in those areas. And so where it's closer to those commercial areas, those mixed-use areas, that should be more compact residential development. And where it's more farther out, think of a small town, the closer to downtown you have, the more, the heavier residential it is, the further away you get, the more spread out that development would be. So we can definitely rewrite.
Yeah, because I wasn't getting that you were trying to put these compact, smaller places near these commercial. Okay, okay. Okay, let's see. STB5. Any new industrial uses adjacent, well, it should be adjacent to, I guess it's adjacent or in close proximity to this place type. So we've already said the industrial uses do not belong in this place type. So now we're talking about industrial uses that are close to them. Are we putting industrial place types adjacent to any of these small town residential place types?
There shouldn't be. We can look at the map just to make sure how those adjacencies look like. There might be some areas, but I think we're trying to cover in those areas that they do happen to occur. That this adjacency language kind of helps to talk through about the buffering of residential neighborhoods and any adverse reactions or actions that could kind of lead to. So I think we can double check to make sure that our map kind of jives with that. But I think this is something to cover any instances that we didn't have that instance.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on this place type?
I need a second. Oh, yes. Number 4, under urban design elements, discourage development in areas not served adequately by municipal or corporate sanitary sewers. I don't know what to say about this. Are we saying that if there isn't the proper infrastructure for development now, there never should be development?
So I believe we can rewrite that statement to talk about when new development is proposed, infrastructure needs to be adequately in place to match the demands of that new development, as opposed to saying that it shouldn't happen where we don't have sanitary sewer.
Right.
Because isn't it kind of a given? That if you're going to have new development, it goes through engineering to make sure they have the proper.
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I feel like there's a typo of some missing words here. So we want to investigate what that is saying because that seems.
Because this looks like we're abandoning areas like, say, Sand Branch or whatever. If there whatever existing areas there are. We all know there's huge agricultural tracts that don't have city infrastructure, but to say to discourage development where there isn't, just like, okay, we're going to just leave it empty forever.
Yeah, wording seems off, so we can investigate.
All right, Mr. Barrett? Oh, okay. Anything else on small town residential? All right, let's go to community residential.
I do have a general question about, because I keep hearing that Dallas needs to plan for an additional 300,000 residents. Has there been any data? Because what I read is that most of the population growth is coming at the lower economic scale. People need workforce affordable housing, but we're not doing a great job at either maintaining it or building new. So is there an analysis anywhere of, I mean, yes, we're adding 300,000 people, but has there been any further, looking into what kind of housing do we really need? And are we looking at ownership housing or rental housing, and at what price levels and where?
Right. So in terms of kind of the market analysis, in terms of the type of housing, we haven't gotten that data. I think the MBA might provide some kind of indication. What we use was the NCT-COG transportation regional data. That's how they get their numbers when they do their study, and that's kind of something that they look at for all the cities in the region, and then they have each city go and kind of reinvestigate where in the city that they feel that increase should occur. So in terms of the housing type on the market, that's information that we don't have. But if you know of any kind of specific studies that could provide that, that'd be helpful. But there's a lot of variables to that in terms of type. Market conditions change annually, so I wouldn't know if anything reliable to predict that with certainty for what we're using, unless you all might help us to see.
Well, it just seems like it's very important data to have, because we've had discussions here of that adding density doesn't necessarily add affordability. If the real need is for affordable housing, then
right. So I think it's kind of two things on that. So with this plan, from the land use perspective, I think what we're looking to do is provide the most flexibility in terms of what type of housing could occur depending on the market. So because we don't know those market, the future of the market, the idea is to make sure that land uses is kind of set up in a way that depending on where the market goes, we can still be able to develop housing that reflects the community members that live there and their financial situation. And I think that's all I can provide at this time. I'm not sure unless you have anything additional to add, but I think from a type of housing that we need to include, we don't have that data because I don't think there's reliable data. It's more about kind of looking at the land use and the population that's coming in. It probably doesn't answer your question sufficiently.
Well, I understand it's it's an impossible question, but it just seems like we're trying to develop, especially housing policy that we need to know what kind of housing that we actually need. And just as a kind of bookkeeping thing here, that context statement just repeats the same sentence twice. I don't know if there was other text that's supposed to be there, but it's just exactly the same sentence two times.
So I did want to point out, earlier in the conversation, I said I wanted to circle back to the vacancy question. And on CRA3, although there is a typo, the way that we've talked about it here, it says properties without structures all on them or without an active land use. Is that a better way to describe? Because we're trying to get at areas in which redevelopment, there's a potential there, but we don't want to mislabel areas to say there's also potential there where no, that person doesn't want to be redeveloped and that property doesn't want to be redeveloped. So talking about where you don't have a structure on the property or you don't have an active land use that's occurring there.
I think it's definitely a step in the right direction compared to underutilized, because underutilized, could suggested that someone who, was lower income and didn't have a lot of resources to put into maintaining their home, that their home was slated for, redevelopment as something much larger, whether it's a giant single family house or a other missing middle housing typologies. So I think this language definitely moves it in the right direction.
I agree with that, but where I'm struggling here is why wouldn't just any property provide an opportunity for infill development? I mean, if you choose to buy the property and tear it down, what are we saying here, that really that's the only, that we should be directing that into those places, or that's the first place to start? Or I mean, where's the line?
A little bit to the latter. It's trying to understand that, to our conversation earlier where we talked about how we need more housing, but we also want to preserve our communities and our neighborhoods. Well, if there are opportunities to put more housing in those neighborhoods and those communities, if the property doesn't have an active land use on it, is that a better opportunity than another property that does have an active land use on it? And so trying to point out that if you're going to put additional housing in our neighborhoods and communities, the areas or the property that does not have a structure or an active land use on it is a good opportunity versus a property that already has an active land use on it, already has, something occurring there.
No, I get your point, but are we then excluding the other?
Not excluding, but just saying that, if
Preferentially, they would, I see what you're saying, but I don't understand the limits of where this document is trying to put the.
Yeah, I guess the document is not trying to say where you have property with not an active use on it. It's not that a property that does have an active use on it can also be a potential for something,
Right.
but it's saying the properties that don't have an active land use on it, that's a greater potential than the one that already has it, because again, we're trying to figure out ways in which we are discouraging displacement. And that's a way in which you can try to discourage replacement, to say, if you're going to, if someone is going to invest in this area, invest in a property that doesn't have an active land use on it, as opposed to a property that does, because then you're possibly contributing to displacement.
I understand what you're saying, but I just don't understand how we would really, put guardrails, whatever, on that, how we would really do that.
So I would put it as a question to CLUP, and especially the members on CLUP or on CPC. If you have a zoning case that comes before you and you're trying to make a decision about whether or not this is an appropriate zoning case, that somebody, bought it's an R5 lot and they want to rezone it to TH3,
we have protracted discussions each and every time that comes forward, and we don't have any guidance on it.
This is trying to say, is this that guidance that you would be looking for, to say one of the reasons why you're voting in favor of this or against this is because
just because it's vacant,
because it does not have an active land use on it, or everybody knows this property has been sitting there for 10 years, or it's the parking lot, or it's the church that is no longer there.
I mean, I really do understand what you're saying, but it just seems like a slippery slope for displacement. But I don't have any. I would like to point out that in two places here, you have something about a half mile from a DART transit station, and another place you have a quarter mile. So whatever you're planning to put there, it needs to be consistent. And while I'm talking about that, if you are designating areas within a half mile of, I'll just say DART transit stations, as appropriate places for higher density, how are you planning to reconcile that with existing zoning? Is there going to be because a lot of these, I'm more familiar with the DART stations in Southwest, say Hampton or Tyler Station. If you draw a half mile circle around those DART stations, you've taken out that's a lot of Elmwood and some of these surrounding neighborhoods. Is this document saying the next step is to look at a zoning change to blanketly add higher density? By right?
No. I do not believe, and Lawrence can correct me, that there is not an intent that if the property is within a quarter mile or a half mile of a DART station, that the city would use this to go in and increase the, upzone the properties.
Mm-hmm.
However, if it is within a quarter mile of a DART station and that case comes before CPC and council, is that a reason why someone say yes, because we've said that these are better locations? Does that then inform those zoning decisions that a private developer might be making?
I understand what you're saying. I'm just getting feedback from, community members that are very alarmed by the way this is worded, because to them, their interpretation is that this is going to be a blanket invitation to do a wholesale upzoning.
And the way that I see this is this lists certain factors that policymakers, when zoning cases or other issues come through, would take into account when deciding whether to add missing middle. One is transit proximity, considering whether we've invested in transit nearby is an important consideration, because density that is well supported by transit is much better than density that is poorly supported by transit. And it also, density helps support transit. Then, another factor could be an inactive property or a vacant property. So none of these call for one solution or another. This provides us factors. And the other thing that I did want to clarify, just as long as we're talking about transit proximity, there is DART-owned property right next to a lot of transit stations that's, either vacant or underutilized parking lots, and there is an active conversation there about mixed-use development that is immediately adjacent, which seems to be some hopefully low-hanging fruit.
No, definitely. That's actually something that DART is doing right now. They have kind of area plans in specific locations that just kind of touch on those criteria that are looking to redevelop in that approach.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on Chair Rubin, this is also a signal to have a planning document we're sending on to council that's saying we don't really have a TOD policy, but we're saying we need to have one. This is a tool by which we get to develop a TOD. And so, yeah, not only is it, and the same thing for vacant lots. If we have vacant lots, there are tools that council can put in place to incentivize development of those first, whether it's, waiving certain permit fees and things in that. So these are signals to what should be done at the next level when we move to an application stage, whether it's zoning or other parts of the development code.
100%.
And also, just following up on my previous comment, there's also CRA 5, which lists another factor, which is context sensitivity of any changes within a community residential area. So, for example, if we had a R75 neighborhood that someone wanted to come in and potentially add missing middle, we have a height cap right now in R75. I'm blanking on the numbers, at 26 feet, somewhere around there. If someone came in and wanted to put in a 50-foot plex, that may be problematic, whereas, the discussion may guide that towards either sticking with the R75 or a duplex that looks very similar to a single-family home, but for the fact that it accommodates two units.
No, 100%. I think that also touches on kind of community feedback and some of the input that you heard today. There are some community residential neighborhoods that want more diverse type of housing, but still kind of reflects the types of buildings that they see. There are others that want to keep the buildings that they see pretty much intact and nothing changing. So I think this piece kind of talks to that as you go through the city and you're looking to develop something new in that area, that you need to be context sensitive. You need to engage the community to see that that development is in fact achieving what they want to see in their area.
See Mr. Lopez, then we'll go to you, Commissioner Carpenter.
Lawrence, the population of Preston Hollow has decreased by about 2,500 since 1970. And the reason for that is because of residential lot accumulation. And properties get replatted. They see a vacant lot next to them, it gets replatted. And at the end of the day, that 1 acre, that half an acre lot becomes 1 acre, and so on and so on and so on. So I think that needs to be called out in a document like this, because we got to discourage that. The reality is that these lots in higher income neighborhoods are getting bigger, and we have to discourage it in a document like this. And I would hope that this body sees it the same way, because this is completely counter to what we're trying to do in a document like this.
No, that's a great point for us to investigate further. Thank you.
Mr. Barrett?
We're done on that part. I have do you want? No, I was going to go to a section about the adjacencies. Did you have something else on this?
The question about context sensitivity. Because this kind of runs through the document, we have context sensitivity in a number of places. What mechanisms are you seeing to ensure context sensitivity? Our zoning code as it exists now, say R75, whatever, does not really speak very much to context, except in a very limited way, height and some setbacks and that kind of thing. And we have very limited tools, conservation districts, historic districts, neighborhood stabilization overlays, which work in certain types of neighborhoods, but are totally hopeless in others. And then we have a general aversion to PDs, which would be another tool. So and then we also live in a state which seems to be on the path of being opposed to local control, not wanting to let municipalities have ordinances that are more stringent than whatever the state allows. So how are we going to get to context sensitivity?
I think part of that is that this is a policy document says that we have inadequate tools to create context sensitivity, and that as a city we need to create better tools and more tools to create that context sensitivity, because we have imperfect tools now, and we're never going to get a perfect one, but we just need to keep working on them.
I think that's something that really would be helpful to spell out, because throughout this document, we refer to the three that exist, the overlay and the historic conservation districts, but we don't ever explicitly say that we need to develop new tools. And I personally do not know what the basis was for the way the neighborhood stabilization overlay was written. I don't know if that's completely up to the municipality to write it, however they wanted to, or if the state had some say so about it. But right now the garage placement and the height and the setback just are not, and they especially don't work for neighborhoods that are not cookie cutter or have terrain. So there's definitely need for new tools.
Right. I think one tool that kind of Patrick is going to be working on extensively after this process are neighborhood plans. So in the city, there are a bunch of different types of more community focused smaller neighborhood plans, but either the language doesn't correlate or is just outdated. So I think in terms of what context sensitivity means, that could change by neighborhood. So it's important that as we kind of create this broader framework and we identify some of these macro tools, some of those more neighborhood focused plans is going to help to define that in a way that's actually context sensitive to that neighborhood that might be different to another community. So I think that's also going to be an important piece to add to that language that we are refining here.
But are you visualizing that small area plan or neighborhood plan results in what, a PD or this new tool that we haven't come up with?
It's going to be dependent upon each one of those different neighborhoods and communities. It could be a PD. Ideally, we'd like to get away from them.
Right. But right now, that seems to be what we've got.
Yeah. And it's understanding that we don't have the great tools and we need to keep working on getting better tools. You mentioned the neighborhoods. We haven't had a new NSO in a dozen years. The reason why. So we just need to keep working on those.
Yeah, 100%. That reminds me of conversations in Kit Springs where they've had to use zoning to help develop their comprehensive vision of the community. That's not the tool. That's not the purpose of zoning. But they didn't have any really other good tools to use, so they've had to use those tools to make their communities what they want it to be. So I think we want to make sure that we are providing not just cleaning up our current tools, but providing those new tools that's context sensitive and helps communities do what they need to do.
Well, we were in the same boat with Elm Thicket.
I just want to sort of repeat a point. I don't know if it bears encompassing the document, but I think as we talk about sensitivity and potentially, different missing middle housing typologies, finding those appropriate design standards is going to be incredibly important to one, making sure people know that sort of a missing middle that we're seeing today, a duplex with a curve cut that goes almost from lot line to lot line, and four spaces of garage, which, dictated largely by our current duplex zoning, is, not the ideal missing middle that we want to see. I think getting those design standards will be, incredibly important if we come up with a sort of missing middle zoning category in the future or something like that. So, I don't want to get too draconian with any design standards because there are unintended consequences, but I do think that discussion of design standards is absolutely critical. The other thing that I think Commissioner Carpenter referenced was that, in her words, local control is under attack by the state legislature. I mean, I think some of us stayed up till midnight to see what the legislature was going to do on minimum lot sizes, and it went down on probably a 70 something to, it was a very close vote. So, we do need to be thinking about solutions, addressing some of these issues that the legislature clearly expressed interest in coming in and regulating. I'd much rather have a Dallas solution for it that, keeps the legislature at bay as it compared to that's more sensitive to the needs and desires of the city of Dallas, as opposed to the legislature just coming in and preempting us. So I understand that. I hear Commissioner Carpenter loud and clear that this sort of legislative sword is sitting in the background, but I think that's all the more reason for us to act, to show the legislature that we're addressing this and we have good solutions, as opposed to having a one-size-fits-all across Texas solution.
Right. I think you actually touched on two implementation items in that discussion. One with the urban design or the design guidance. That's actually an item that we have in our urban design implementation table. And then also too with what you just mentioned with what's occurring on the state level, being able to lobby in with what Dallas wants to see from a land use perspective. That's also another component, another line that we have in there too. I think within the housing section, so we can kind of look at that section too and maybe provide some context and some more meat to that if that helps with kind of moving forward what you just mentioned.
Ms. Milligan.
Just two brief responses to things that have already been said. So in terms of data that could be used to flesh out that population growth, so I think the comprehensive economic development strategy that the COG publishes, and it was just updated in 2022, is going to give you population data both for Dallas and for the region. Also within there, each region does a SWOT analysis, and you may want to make reference to really regions across the North Texas area identifying lack of diverse housing options as a threat, and specifically within the SEDS related to opportunities for Dallas. It was linking our land use policies, an opportunity was linking our land use policies to affordable housing programs, understanding that density is not the end all be all to address housing affordability, but that there needs to be that linkage between your tools. And then also the city's in the process of updating its 5-year HUD consolidated plan, which requires a housing analysis and a real estate market analysis. So I think you can get some really good data there also.
What was that last one? The study you just mentioned?
The con plan.
The comp plan?
The consolidated plan, the HUD consolidated plan is the second one.
Okay,
the first one is the SEDS.
Okay.
And then in terms of, I think the question was how can the city address context-sensitive design? And so I was going to address it in the implementation table. You already, if we're providing incentives, so I think we need to look at the carrots. So if we're providing incentives to developers, not just through our NOFA, but we have tax increment financing. We have our public instrumentalities that are developing housing. So all of the city financed or city supported through tax abatement or tax exemption housing could have requirements related to context sensitivity. So we do have a real, I think, ability with our carrots that the city provides.
Yeah, and PUD is working with housing on some of those, you know, because in the comp plan, we talk about like a design or a pattern book that PUD can create. And we're working with housing on their land bank properties to say, okay, if we're gonna give you this property and build a house, it has to follow these design pattern books, which can be different depending upon which community that you're working in.
Right, and I think going back to the carrot piece, that's kind of the way we municipalities in Texas kind of have to do it. We can't say, I guess the way that the state law is kind of structured, we can't say you must provide this amount of housing. It has to go the opposite way, kind of provide and kind of incentivize that. So that's a good point to bring up.
And I think just understanding that it's not just the direct funding that the housing department, but our economic development department and our public instrumentalities also are providing financial incentives or tax financing or abatement. So we have the ability to influence context sensitive designs aside from just our HUD federally funded program.
I mean, it can be expedited permit review if you follow a design pattern book and say, great, yeah.
Members, anything else in the CR place type? Mr. Barron.
Yeah. On CRB 4, under the adjacencies, there's a section. This is kind of a context sensitivity discussion here, where it talks about the place type adjacent to matching the low-rise scale. This is similar, it sounds like, to existing residential proximity slope. There. Do you disagree?
So as we talk about low-rise, mid-rise, and high-rise, we're talking about the low rise is going to be 3 to 4 stories, and so we're not saying that you're not limited to 26 feet and going up like that with the slope, but that stuff that's directly adjacent to community residential, that it should be limited to low rise, and we can talk about whether that can change or alter, but we're trying to affect if you have a neighborhood that has a bunch of low rise structures. Is 4 stories right across the street an appropriate thing, or is 8 stories, 10 stories, 12 stories an appropriate? That's going to be directly adjacent to those communities.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. The problem with things like RPS is they're very fiddly, and we lead to weird results and a lot of strange measurements that are hard to come up with or hard to be consistent about. I do like the more general discussion of low rise versus trying to. Okay, I don't have a further question on that.
And also, it's guidance. So if a case does come up and you say, well, it's 5 stories, and you say, well, but the topo is so different, so therefore it's that guidance for policymakers that they can then evaluate different projects on, but not saying it has to be this, it can't be this. It's
right.
Guidance. Yeah.
That's a good point. I think as we are looking at this document, a lot of the language is also, it's important to kind of get the spirit of what, we're looking to develop here. There are some times where, like you just mentioned, like how it gets applied in zoning, it might be clunky, it might not even achieve the spirit of what this is trying to touch on. So I think that's kind of what we're looking to, because I remember before I left in November, we had a discussion about that. Adjacency, scale, proximity. How does that get kind of fleshed out here? And that's probably something we still develop, probably especially with CPC, who's going to be kind of more in tune to the zoning aspect of that. But I think that's a great point that you mentioned. I think how Patrick, you kind of answered it. It's kind of looking to the spirit. It's kind of what we're looking to do. But I think the low rise nature kind of just provides flexibility, but still that guidance in terms of the spirit of what this is trying to achieve.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yes. It just struck me that for this place type, community residential, and for the next one, city urban residential, they're very explicit statements, excuse me, saying the industrial hub place type should not be adjacent to this place type. But it does not say that for small town residential. Was that intentional, or is it I know small town residential says that there should not be industrial uses inside the place type, but
I think we can add that language.
Okay, thank you.
Committee members, anything else on this place type? All right, city urban residential.
I do have a question about the local examples.
Yes, those should be changed.
They should be, okay. I'll just stop there then. Okay.
Anyone feel free to chime in.
I have a question on URA 5, page 320. It talks about providing opportunities for additional open space and a great mix of uses. Is great the word? Is there a better word there? What does that mean?
Probably greater, I'm assuming, greater mix.
Yeah. So it's not to say that this is a great mix, but that it is more than a mono use. It has a greater mix of uses.
Understood. Thank you.
I have a question about URA1. While the city residential place type is defined by established neighborhoods, okay, is that different from community residential, or, and then it goes on to say, new areas considered for this should be located near existing or proposed DART stations, da da da. So you're really saying that the only place that city residential neighborhoods should go?
It's a little bit of the evolution of the document, because initially our consultant gave us a document that said existing new areas for all these place types, and we said that's great, but we started working with it. But the intent here is to understand that the vision for city residential place types on the map, most of those place types are already city residential. Like we're not saying that this area that is community residential should all of a sudden go up to city residential. We're saying all of these areas are already city residential neighborhoods and becoming city residential neighborhoods, that we're not applying it to a different area. But should the DART station down where UNT campus is in southern Dallas, if a further iteration says that should be a city residential neighborhood, and it's large tracts of undeveloped property, here's how you should develop those areas.
Even an update to that, while there are areas that currently exist as city residential, new areas considered for city residential should go with the rest of the language stated there. So we can tweak and define how that's phrased.
If you, okay, moving on slightly, we're talking about local examples. Where are you putting Bishop Arts now? Is Bishop Arts, are you considering it city urban residential, or is it a mixed use? I mean, it's almost it's a regional entertainment area in a way, but it's more mixed use.
The scale and scope of Bishop Arts is probably a neighborhood mixed use place type, but as you get further south from Davis, that becomes more a city residential. It's less mixed use. It's more mid-rise housing structures.
Yeah, I think it has a kind of a mix of all those, to be honest. I think there's community, this particular place type as well, and neighborhood residential in Bishop Arts area. But yes, I think going back to what Patrick mentioned, 100%.
Excuse me. It seems like the entertainment areas are kind of out in the field somewhere. They don't exactly fit into any of these, because while you might look at Lower Greenville and say, well, it's really the Scales neighborhood, mixed use. It's a regional, destination, and I'm not sure that all the nuances of land use nuances of being in those entertainment areas are really addressed in these place types.
Yeah, and it is, we, in fact, I think at one point there was a discussion about having an entertainment district place type. Because yes, the Lower Greenville, Bishop Arts, those are regional attractions.
Knox
But
Henderson.
the scale and scope of those, though, are not the Galleria, North Park, Lincoln Center. They're not these huge structures with all that intensity, even though they are regional draws.
Right.
The scale of those are more neighborhood scale than a regional.
But then you have Knox, which is going more high rise, or McKinney Avenue.
Yes, where those would be more, if you're on Henderson, one side of Central, that's more still neighborhood feel.
Right, but
as
the
you
other
go to
directions.
Cross and you're now on Knox, well, whereas the furniture company is now gone and it's gone very vertical. That starts to get into more of the scale and massing of those areas, which is now more of a regional mixed use area because it has that intensity.
Based on our previous discussion, it looks like URA1 and URA2 are really kind of saying the same thing, because your explanation of my questions about URA1 are really answered by the way URA2 is worded. So does this need to be two different?
Yeah, that's a good point. We can look to rephrase those two.
I see some merit in keeping them separate. I think the ideal city residential has, is either what exists today or what is by transit nodes. Second, which is still valuable, but maybe not as ideal, is along major corridors that we start developing this. It would be better if it was served by transit. So I don't mind splitting these necessarily. Anything else on UR?
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Lopez.
Lawrence, with regard to one thing that is not mentioned here is the concentration of poverty and concentrating low-income housing tax credit units. I think that can be easily rectified in one of the place type applications, but that definitely has to be called out in terms of just being able to encourage development that doesn't concentrate severely subsidized housing. The Supreme Court ruled on this in a Dallas case in 2015. So I think it just needs to be called out in a document like this.
Yeah, I think that's actually, we have that in our housing implementation table about kind of not, I forgot how we phrased it, but we did touch on that in that table. I'm going to put a note here just to make sure that that connection is clear.
Anything else? Mr. Carpenter, do you have something else in UR?
Yes, URA6 and URA7, where it talks about affordability should be prioritized if the redevelopment occurs. What exactly are you trying to say there? That mixed income housing bonuses should be, that
varied tools, but when you take if you have, let's say, 200 unit complex and you redevelop that property to have 500 units, that you should be able to utilize some type of tools to encourage affordability in those areas.
Yeah, but is there a recognition? If you have 200 aging apartment units that are what we call naturally affordable, and it gets redeveloped, and 5% of the units are technically affordable, but they're much higher prices than. So once again, if we had the solution, we'd all win the Nobel Prize or something. But and then this and URA 7, employing anti-displacement tools. Is this like the anti-gentrification checklist? Has the housing department come up with this yet?
I believe they are still working with a consultant in the anti-displacement toolkit, but there are other ways in which policymakers can, if a case comes before them, can work with a developer to create some anti-displacement strategies for those communities.
I have a question about URB2 also. When you've added enhanced parks and open spaces should be incorporated into redevelopment proposals in critical areas. What is that saying?
I believe that is trying to speak to the adjacency perhaps of mid and high rise structures in adjacency to community residential areas, and if there is a way to create that buffer of open space or parks, that then you don't have that mid or high rise structure directly overlooking a lower rise structure, but that you have a open space that provides that buffer.
Yeah, I think me coming in from not being here for a month, I think it's not really clear what critical is.
If the intent is to address buffering, then perhaps that could be worked into the wording
right.
somehow.
I think that helps.
Yeah, because critical just kind of jars there. And
Yeah.
And also under URB3, should where you have the industrial hub place type should not be adjacent to this place type, should that be a separate sentence? Okay. That's all.
All right. Anything else on UR? Are we ready to move to NM? All right. Let's go to NM.
And then time check is 11:56. So I was going to see if Chair Rubin, how do you want to proceed?
Why don't we take 10 minutes to allow everyone to get our lunch, and then we'll do a working lunch.
Perfect.
So it's 11:56 right now. We will be back at 12:56. 12:06.
Okay.
About an hour, 10 minutes.
All right.
Thanks, y'all. All right, folks online, if you can turn your camera on so we can get back to a quorum, and we will get the show back on the road. So we need one more person from quorum, either in the building or online. All right. We have a quorum. It is 12:11 a.m. We are recording, and the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Committee is back in session. Let's go to neighborhood mixed use. Any feedback for staff on this piece?
Are there some examples of neighborhood mixed use in other parts of town, I mean, north of 30?
Yes. So that would be Lowest, Greenville, Henderson, as we talked about before. There are also some areas along Preston for getting into far North Dallas that are probably that
I think
as
it
well.
would just be helpful to have, a representative sample, especially the places that people are very familiar with, that for them to show up as examples in at least whatever place type they belong to.
We can add additional examples. Yes, ma'am.
Any other feedback on this item?
On the next page, NMA4, as redevelopment occurs, established development should be repositioned to incorporate community gathering places and pedestrian amenities. What exactly are you proposing there? Repositioned? Are you talking about new uses or
I'm sorry, which number was it
it's
again?
NMA4. As redevelopment occurs, established development should be repositioned to incorporate community gathering places and pedestrian amenities. I mean, I don't see that we really have a mechanism for making established businesses, re-landscape or repurpose or so that there must be a thought there that I'm not getting.
So I believe that's a statement that comes out of, there was a development in North Dallas where they had a shopping center that partnered with parks, and part of their parking lot became a big community gathering space, a park. I believe we can rewrite that.
Oh, okay.
To
look for opportunities to incorporate.
To look for opportunities to incorporate community gathering places or pedestrian amenities. So it's not as a harsh, you need to move your business, but how do we have a finite area and create pedestrian amenities and gathering places within that area?
Okay, I understand that completely.
Can we kind of talk through what you just mentioned again? This for documentation purposes. Could you say what you just said? How we're going to be rephrasing this one?
That as redevelopment occurs, we can look for opportunities to incorporate into established developments, community gathering places, and pedestrian amenities.
Right.
Or green space, possibly. Parklets or green space.
And was that Commissioner Carpenter? You just mentioned.
I said green space or parklets or whatever. Maybe that's incorporated into pedestrian amenities. If I think of pedestrian amenities as being sidewalks and
sidewalks, parklets.
And can you clarify NMA6 for me? I mean, first of all, we've got additionally, comma, and I'm not sure what that's following from, but neighborhood scale planning may be needed to untangle some of the challenges to revitalization and redevelopment. I mean, that's probably true of almost all of our place types.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I don't know if that is needed here.
It's meant to say that there are some areas like Lowest, Greenville, and Bishop Arts that are neighborhood mixed use place types that are thriving. There are other areas where that's the vision for those communities, whether it's South Buckner, Second Avenue, Forest Lane, where they've said we would love this to be a vibrant neighborhood mixed use area, but that there may be some neighborhood planning that needs to occur in those areas to understand how to revitalize those areas.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it too. I don't think it speaks specifically to the place type. I think it's more general in nature. I think we actually maybe touched on it on a few other theme elements, but
I mean, unless you were intending to add
Right.
something that specifically addressed the challenges of neighborhood mixed use that are entertainment destinations, which almost sounded like what you were saying as part of that, or either are entertainment destinations or wanting to be.
Well, it's areas, and perhaps Bishop Arts and Lower Greenville weren't the best examples for this
Okay.
case, but areas that have, that do not have vacant storefronts, that have active businesses that are occurring there, and then there are other areas in which they do have non-active businesses, they do have property without tenants in there, and that sometimes that there needs to be neighborhood planning to understand why there are those vacancies there that's stopping that community from becoming a vibrant neighborhood mixed-use area place type.
Well, perhaps it would be helpful to incorporate something about the vacant, what you're looking at with the vacant, because the challenges to revitalization and redevelopment just seems very, very broad. That I mean, that statement could apply to almost any place in the city, any place type.
Right. Are we suggesting removing or adding?
Well, either, I mean, as it is now, it doesn't seem to be saying much to me, but based on what he was saying, I think it could be reworded to address the idea of underperforming or vacant business properties.
Members, additional feedback?
No. Mhm.
Are we ready to move on to the next place type? Right.
All right.
Community mixed use. I will just comment very briefly on this. We have a lot of discussion about today in general about how to accommodate housing needs, and I think the missing middle is an incredibly important piece. But I do think incorporating housing into new community mixed use areas or existing community mixed use areas, specifically sort of moribund or underutilized commercial shopping centers, I think is a real opportunity to make a huge dent in the numbers here. So as I think a lot of the housing focus has focused on a residential place type. I just want to state on record that I think this plays a big role too, not to the exclusion of missing middle, but they're all pieces to solving the puzzle.
Yeah, it is a good point that that this isn't a commercial place type, that it is a mixed use place type with the intent to have more residential. Yeah.
Any feedback on this item? I don't want to rush anyone.
Yes, I do have a question about CMA4. What's the reason for calling out, and it says industrial outdoor storage areas and other properties without active land uses within close proximity to residential areas, particularly those near DART bus and rail routes, should be prioritized for redevelopment. In community mixed use, are industrial and outdoor storage areas considered to be a particular problem?
So there are areas of Dallas that would have this place type where it's aspirational.
Mm-hmm.
And so trying to call out that in those areas where it's aspirational, that we should prioritize the redevelopment of those heavier industrial land uses that are closer to residential communities. Because that many of those communities, and you've heard it today, have expressed that they don't want to be an industrial, they don't want this industrial place type close to them. So if we're calling these community or neighborhood mixed use place types as an area, we should also be proactive in trying to understand how to prioritize the redevelopment of those more industrial land uses in this place type.
I understand what you say. Say Koreatown in an example of where you would find that to be, because I mean, our design district has industrial uses inside industrial that are very much part of the character and fabric of the neighborhood. So we're really not trying to discourage, industrial uses that are not potentially incompatible, that are indoor. So
yes, that there are non-noxious
Right.
industrial inside or small scale warehousing that may be a part of this place type, but that where you have that industrial outside or those noxious industrial land uses, that should be the priority to say those are the ones that we've said when we put this place type here, we've said it should change. This is one of the, this is the area to prioritize that change. So the question earlier about, that would the city go in and make zoning changes? This is a case in which we would say, yes, well, there are some areas where putting this place type in this location, the city would then look at those locations and say, this has IR zoning or this has IM zoning. This may be an authorized hearing to change that zoning in this place type based upon the future vision that the community has articulated.
it just seems like it's kind of a broad statement. As I said, with my example of the design district, I mean, this could be interpreted as trying to discourage those sorts of uses, and that really wasn't our intention.
Yeah, and again, similar to the question on massing in the adjacency, that this is guidance.
Right.
It's not saying that you couldn't have something that occurs in the design district that is more intense but works in the design district, but it's saying that generally we should be moving away from those land uses in this place type.
I have a question, I guess, for the body, kind of in that spirit of what we're talking about with the word active. What, from your perspective, is that's a helpful adjective? It needs to be clearer. I think I heard not noxious. So I'm just trying to maybe make this clearer from any suggestions that the body might have on the wording.
Well, perhaps incompatible industrial uses, because there are industrial uses that are West Commerce, Fort Worth Avenue, Cedars, Design District. We have that was the legacy, the industrial legacy of the area, and there are uses that cause no problems to no one. They provide jobs. They fit in, with the structures. And so incompatible is as close as I could get. Incompatibility can be many forms.
Yeah, similar. I agree with, I think the very first session I was here, there was a lot of talk for me about making things tied to actual nuisances, objectiveness, it's noise, it's smoke. These things are already defined in the code, right? And if it's, it's noisy, smelly, obnoxious, and causes negative externalities for the neighbors, then those need to be addressed. And I understand why we make a pretty clear distinction between things that are done inside versus outside. And even things that are kind of nasty can be done inside if they are properly controlled to prevent nuisances for the neighborhood. Then we hold those to a lesser standard because they're controlling their externalities properly. So all of our language should be oriented around minimizing nuisances to surrounding neighbors, whether that is environmental or noise or light. There are lots of different flavors of nuisance, but it doesn't take too much creativity to identify those.
A good point.
Members, additional comments?
I guess I have a question about CMA 6. It says these areas may need more detailed master planning efforts to ensure adequate infrastructure, appropriate phasing of old development to new to avoid the proximity of incompatible land uses, and a well-connected public realm with new construction. Appropriate phasing of old development to new to avoid the proximity of incompatible land uses.
That there may be incompatible land uses that currently exist in this place type, and that new development may occur adjacent to those. Basically, if you have a noxious industrial land use that's happening and someone decides to build apartments right across the street, that this statement is trying to get at that, to understand that, yes, you're trying to move this area to a community mixed use area, but if you still have this, a land use that is, a nuisance, then how are you planning the areas that are around that nuisance? To put the context there, so our speakers earlier talked about Joppy. If you have something that is happening right there in Joppy that is a nuisance to that community, just putting other land uses around that nuisance that are better doesn't still affect that nuisance that's there. Us just calling this a community mixed use place type in and of itself doesn't necessarily change what's happening there. And so we need to understand how we can change what's happening there and not just say, this huge warehouse next to these houses, that's not great. Well, we're just going to build more houses right next to it because we called it this place type. We need to address what's going on with the huge warehouse or the, a noxious industrial land use.
And I just put a note just for my purposes to look at rephrasing it. Not totally clear with how it's structured, but I think in terms of what you're kind of mentioned, Patrick, I think we can massage this one.
Yeah, because part of what you're talking, it almost sounds like the discussions that go on with the place type we haven't gotten to, the commercial flex. I think all these place types present challenges in that sometimes the place types are laid atop properties that totally fit the vision of the place type, and other times what's actually there now doesn't fit at all, really. So there are special problems that trying to affect the transition is going to have to consider. And
Would this need to go in that adjacency section? I think it's just application.
Well, Yes, but also because there are going to be industrial land uses in some of these place types that would not be a land use that would be allowed in that place type. And it's just understanding how those areas are evolving to reach their vision of this place type, that we just need to be thoughtful in how we're doing that with those different communities.
So taking your earlier example, if someone decided they wanted to build an apartment complex next to an industrial use that's really not a great idea, but that's the direction the area wants to go in, what are you proposing as design standards or to make that work?
I think it's more just, again, it's that guidance to say, okay, we don't just need to say, yeah, those apartments can go there. We need to evaluate and say, whether it's a design standard, whether it's the understanding that there's amortization, whatever it's going on, just to say that just because we've said that here's your place type and here are your allowed land uses, we need more thoughtfulness sometimes in how the different land uses go in when you have
Because if you have truly noxious land use, is it even appropriate to put up, people to live there to be human shields or something? No.
Right. Yeah. And just to say, because again, it's the land use policy document,
right.
Where yes, apartments should be allowed in this place type, doesn't mean that they can go anywhere, especially if you have, a noxious industrial land use, occurring right next to it.
And one final question, can I ask, what distinction are you making between the Cedars and the design district? Because I see design district is this community mixed use place type. Where do you have the Cedars?
I believe we have the Cedars as a regional mixed use place type, that it is a slightly more intense than the design district.
I think the rationale behind that, as we engage the community, there was some discussion that should that be part of downtown? Should that be part of a more dense area? So I think the discussion, the feedback that we got was it's probably larger, draw more regional in nature in terms of its mixed use capabilities or aspirational capabilities. That's why we added it.
So do you have Deep Ellum? I'm sorry, Deep Ellum and the Cedars is the same place type in the design district as.
I believe most of Deep Ellum is going to be the community mixed use place type, because there is conversations in that community about, because again, part of the difference between those two place types is going to be the scale and the massing. The community is going to be more low to mid rise. That regional is going to be more mid to high rise. And there's some conversations in Deep Ellum about some folks who do not want those high rises in Deep Ellum, that shouldn't happen there. And so calling the Deep Ellum area a community mixed use says this is a place for low to mid rise. Not saying that you couldn't do a high rise, but you've got to show why that high rise would be more appropriate in that place type.
I think it would be very helpful to make sure that the well-known places in town are somewhere in these examples on the place types.
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Lopez.
Yeah, just two quick things. Under CMA4, it says industrial outdoor storage areas and other properties without active land uses within proximity to residential areas. What do y'all mean by other properties without active land uses? Is that underutilized property?
Yes, or coming up with a way to describe those properties as not being underutilized, but understanding that if you don't have active land uses on them, they may be a good potential for redevelopment. Yes.
This might need a little bit of clarification on that. And then with regard to green open spaces under urban design elements, number 4, integrate green infrastructure like bioswales. I wasn't familiar with that term. I don't know if there's another word or maybe another sentiment that might be. I just don't want this document to get too jargony. So just a small thing there.
There's some people on the Plan Commission who love the term bioswale.
I can't even pronounce it.
Yeah, I had to look it up.
Bio. What else?
Or anything else on CM? All right, let's move on to regional mixed use. Mr. Carpenter?
Oh, no,
Oh, Ms. Milliken.
I just had one quick question for RMA8. I think it's the first time the use family-oriented services is used. And I just wasn't sure. I think you were getting more at like neighborhood commercial. I know we don't want to use zoning terminology, but that just struck me as maybe, I don't think we necessarily mean family-oriented. I think we mean a broader set of neighborhood-oriented.
Yeah.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, I just want to point out that RMA4 and RMB2 are exactly the same sentence. Public transit has the potential to anchor these areas, etc.
I guess just for the record, I don't think we mentioned this. Ms. McMahon joined us at 12:24.
And I don't know if I ever mentioned for the record that Mr. Hawkins joined us, I believe, around 9:17. It looks like he had to take off. I just had a blank moment this morning.
We have people. Yeah.
Under number 1, the urban design elements, it says locate regional retail development along bus routes and establish mobility hubs. Should it be saying and bus routes and established mobility hubs? But you're not talking about making new ones. Or...
Yes.
Okay, just establishes. Okay.
Any other feedback on RM? All right, let's go to City Center Urban Core.
I know we've talked about local examples and other place types, but I'm pretty confident we have our local examples here correct.
Unless you had
I would
parts
hope
of
so.
Oaklawn. I think
I would hope so.
I've seen parts of Oaklawn included in that, but I don't know.
Ms. Scripps, did you have a question or comment? I know you probably
No,
have.
I was just interjecting. I would hope we have our local examples. I think I've said this before. I think this is great. The only one that always makes me give pause is the agricultural one, but since it's supportive, I will defer to staff recommendation on that. It's just, it always makes me chuckle.
Right, and I think the inclusion of that was primarily based on our urban ag plan. So just making sure that we are providing that opportunity for that as well.
Okay.
My understanding is the building that I work in, which I would never go up to the roof of because it's way too high, has a bee hive or colony on its roof. So I do think there is very limited possibility for urban ag downtown, not anything tremendous. One other question I had, I think I raised this in an email, but I don't know. I think I may have sent it to Mr. Price, who isn't here today. Mobility and access number 3, new sky bridges and tunnels should not be discouraged. Yada, 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 to promote street level pedestrian activity. We are trying to discourage tunnels and
right.
Should be
sky bridges. Right? Okay.
Yeah, that should.
Perfect. Yeah, those tunnels are something these days.
Yeah, CCA1, existing areas of the city center place type should be improved to maximize development potential and expand the area's function as a regional hub of commerce and employment. What are you saying there?
Surface
everything
parking
that
lots.
exists. Well, then say it.
Okay.
Because that's what it sounds like now, is anything there should be, needs to be improved. It
Yeah.
Needs to be, yeah.
Anything else on city core?
I do have a question about number 11, where it says implement scale regulations at building ground levels to humanize streetscape and scale. Is this some part of the new context sensitive design that, okay.
I can talk. Yeah, so that was an inclusion from our urban design peer review panel when they looked at the language and thinking about what does the ground floor, what does that human scale feel like to community members who inhabit this place type. So I think a lot of that will also be probably clarified in future urban design guidance, but that was kind of the spirit of that particular note.
Is it mostly dealing with just the height of the first few stories, or
It's more so
with articulation?
if you think about some of the buildings that were built in the 70s and 80s, it's hard to actually enter that building from the street. It's either a drive-up appeal or a drive-in appeal, and so it's as Mr. Gu said, they're design standards that promote more people on the street and that active use, and an ability to just interact with that building as opposed to seeing it from afar.
A good example where they've changed that is Trammell Crow Center, where they've added a cafe and a courtyard. Like they've made it a lot more attractive, if you will, to sit and linger rather than just walk in and hit an elevator button.
No, good point.
Mr. Barrett?
So hopefully we're going to take care of parking requirements soon, but right now, built before the mid 80s in downtown don't require parking, right? But new structures do. Can we just go ahead and say that this should be a no parking requirements area here in this? Because we talk a lot about parking. We talk about it in every design element. We have a lot of language around parking. And we talked about multimodality, but I would love to see something in here about not requiring off-street parking, mandatory off-street parking minimums in our urban core areas, just to be extra clear on it, and since I'm undo that part of the
Is
code.
that getting ahead of the rest of the city, though?
I'm sorry, can you see that again?
Isn't that getting ahead of the rest of the city work that's going on right now about parking?
Well, that's a parallel effort. I hope it makes it all moot, so that we don't have to worry about that. If we get through a few CPC and council meetings, but we're talking about a comprehensive plan. Should that effort fail or be watered down, I would like to see that our urban core areas are exempted from a process that seems unnecessary for our most dense areas.
Yeah, I think speaking to the comments I'm hearing, I think from a comprehensive nature, I think we've touched on that in the theme section. I think in this particular place type, I think we have it in certain areas, but not direct as you're mentioning. I don't want to go ahead and kind of mention code here, but we will coordinate with our parking reform team just to make sure that we can be in the same, using the same language in this place type, in the theme, and also what they're doing too as well. So we'll make sure that we're staying in line with that language.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, and Jennifer, if you have more on this subject in particular, I don't want to I'd love to hear all more perspectives.
No, that's fine. We've been following it very closely on the overall parking regulation reform. And so I don't want to end up where we have dueling documents at the end. So I wasn't thinking we would be so directive in this place type as it regards to something that's kind of a policy issue being taken up somewhere else.
Yeah, I'll defer to staff on the best approach to making sure we don't trip over our own feet on parking reform here.
There's an urban design element on neighborhood mixed use under streetscape about public art that seems like it might also be a good fit for city center also. It's number 11 on page 325. And it talks about integrating accessible public art to reflect the city's identity, history, and culture at key gateways and open spaces. this seems like a, I
Yeah.
know we don't want to be redundant, but that seems like an important part of the experience downtown.
Not a good point. We will integrate that.
So we've talked a lot about gateways, and I would just say it doesn't always have to be art. So gateways, if you even think about like the bus stops in Highland Park, by no means does identity and placemaking have, and I'm a huge public art person in my previous role at OAC, but I think in some ways public art is more limiting than people think. If you say promote gateways as a sense of arrival in our downtown urban core, I'm much more comfortable because we're doing a lot of work right now looking at medians and landscaping. It's not public art, but I think it's going to make the gateway experience much more attractive.
That's a good
Ms. Scripps,
point.
would you mind repeating what you just mentioned? I think I'll make sure also
Yeah,
that
I think
Peter.
public art is actually somewhat limiting. If you talk instead about placemaking, that opens you up to a whole host of environmental features, everything from fancy crosswalks to landscaping treatments. Other, like in Uptown, they have the real serpentine landscape in their medians. So I don't necessarily think it's public art. I think it's about a sense of place at the gateways that let people know you're arriving in our city core. I think that's actually a really good ad.
I guess, Peter, does that touch on some of your earlier comments?
It can include public art, but I don't want to
Right.
limit it to public art.
Yeah, I think the way it's worded on 325 is it says integrate accessible public art to reflect identity, history, and culture at key gateways and open spaces. So, it mentions gateways, but good point. You don't want it to be exclusively about an artwork because a gateway can serve a similar.
Deep Ellum has special poles on their parking meters that got added. So, it can be a whole host of public treatments for that sense of placemaking.
And then one more comment I have on this one, just to loop into an earlier discussion about historic preservation. Do we want somewhere in this, particularly in the core of the city, somehow to have promoting historic preservation of significant sites and buildings and sites in the urban core?
Is that a question to the larger body or?
Yes. It's certainly something that we struggle with as a city. And I think in this document that, again, we have it mentioned once earlier. I'd have to look through my notes to see where, but the idea of kind of the importance of preservation of certain buildings and sites.
No, I think that makes sense. I think we touch on it briefly, like very briefly in the character description, that this place type encompasses the historic downtown and other of those assets that should be conserved or preserved. But I think, definitely open to language in terms of strengthening that component.
The only thing that I would add on that front, working in the west side of downtown, is there are a lot of neat historic buildings that are essentially shells at this point. So maybe some language about encouraging adaptive reuse where feasible as a tool.
I really like that, Chair Rubin. I like that. Thank you.
Because if some of those buildings continue to crumble, I don't know, 10, 15 years now, whether adaptive reuse is even feasible or even on some of them today. So I would tie preservation to adaptive reuse so we can deal with some of the realities of the conditions of those really potentially neat buildings that I'm not sure what engineering would allow to happen these days.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah, great point.
Anything else on city center urban core? All right, institutional campus public utility.
Sure.
Yep.
I just had one point about traffic noise reduction as well. It's not brought up here as as a green or open space strategy, but some of our urban cores can get very, very loud, and there are ways to mitigate elements of this, and businesses should be attuned to that. So it's something to consider.
I think we can look to kind of integrate that in our adjacency section or even our urban design. I think that makes sense to put some note to that. That does tie into, in a sense, the EJ sustainability themes. We can kind of start to look at that component too.
Yeah, because our cities aren't loud. It's our vehicles that are made cities loud. Yeah. All right. Yep.
Institutional campus public utility. Commissioner Carpenter.
Oh, go ahead. I had a real basic question about splicing these two things together, the public utilities. What types of places are you talking about here? Water treatment plants or? Because
yes. Because and it's not just staff. So from a comprehensive plan perspective, many cities struggle with how to label these facilities because what they are currently doing is probably industrial outside. But if they went away, you wouldn't want a new industrial outside use to go there. But the reality is, the water treatment plants are, they're not going away. They're there and they're going to be there, but we shouldn't then just say that it should be an industrial outside if it magically did go away. And so that's part of the reason why we've put them in the institutional campus and public utility, because much like UNT Dallas or Baylor, when you're there at UNT Dallas, it's UNT, that's the only thing that's there. When you're at Baylor, that's the only thing that's there. When you're at the water treatment plant, that's the only thing that's there. There's not other components of those things.
But is the water treatment plant the only example of this sort of thing? Or are you talking about on-core substations or I don't know what else it would be?
For the most part, yes, it is kind of focused on those facilities that are very kind of minimal in nature in terms of the locations, but those were kind of the ones that we identified through this.
Sorry, I think the transfer stations, there are some transfer stations that we've also labeled as this. Because again, they're there. They're probably not moving away, but we don't have if they did move away, we don't know what we would replace it with. And so we don't want to label it as a place type.
Right. And I think, and I think to add to that too, the land use designation, that is a supporting use, is not a primary use in terms of what's in this place type. So if for some reason there was to be a proposal for that, adding that as supporting use has staff provide more review in terms of the compatibility to that in the context of where it would be placed.
It just seems that, I understand what you're saying, but it just seems like some of these, when we get to the next page, applications and adjacencies and all that, a lot of these statements apply. I understand completely their applicability to places like Baylor, but like IPA 1, the institutional campus public utility place type success is built on its strong association with the regional serving institutions. I think if you, rather than plow through these one by one, I just say some of them just make no sense whatsoever to me if you're thinking about them as public utilities.
So for the wastewater treatment plant, yes, many of these urban design elements aren't applicable. But again, any place type that we would put the wastewater treatment places in, we would have issues with. If we called it industrial outside, we would have different issues with it. If we called it public or regional and open space, there would be other issues with it. And happy to talk through the differences between those issues. But it's just understanding that those couple of facilities don't exactly fit anywhere within our place types. And so this is this has issues with it putting in that place type, but it's going to have issues whatever place type we put it into.
Right, and thinking about going back to the future kind of component of this plan, if that was to be redeveloped as anything else in the city, it would be geared toward kind of those primary uses within this place type.
When you look at IPB6 and it says public utility campus and facilities should not be redeveloped adjacent to residential communities. I know there are many places in the community where there are some kind of, I don't know what you call them, subsidiary water, I don't know what they are, pumping stations or something that are necessarily near residential communities. I mean, I understand about water treatment plants, but there are utility substations and all that pretty much happen. I mean,
yes, and so there are, so just like it's like a neighborhood school is part of community residential, right? And there are public utilities that are going to be part of community residential, city residential, neighborhood mixed use. But when those public utilities become so big, they become their own entity, that's where we put them into this place type. So you might have a substation or a pump station, and that's part of a different place type, but where you have these large water treatment plants, then that becomes it's moved out of community residential because it's its own thing. Just like a hospital that becomes so big, or a school or campus becomes so big, it becomes its own entity.
no, I understand what you're saying. It just seemed that the IPB6 statement was a little broad. If none of these are supposed to be in a residential area, but perhaps something about scale. I don't know. And the only other thing I have to say is you added a statement after number 4, but you didn't number it. So you have a 4 and then a new statement, and then it goes on to 5, so that you would need to renumber everything after 4.
Anything else on institutional campus public utility?
I actually have one
Oh, great, yeah,
question,
Ms. McMahon.
frankly. I know you don't include it in institutional campus, but retail services or services that serve the people that are working in those institutional campuses seems to be totally left out. And I mean, maybe it's you include it someplace else here in terms of neighborhood retail or something, but
Yeah, it's included as part of a supporting land use, and so the cafeteria that serves a hospital, or the retail that's across the street from a campus, or located in that campus, would be included as something that's supportive, but not the main thing that would be going on there.
okay, there's not anything that says in the supporting use, it doesn't have anything about retail or services in that.
Commercial and the supporting use supposed to encompass that, or do we need
Is that the
something
way
more,
it is? Okay.
more specific?
Right. And to Commissioner Carpenter's point, why don't you just have a separate category of utilities? Sorry.
Yeah, we actually just talked about having it blanked out on the map and then not having a place type. I mean, we've had a lot of conversations where we haven't come to a great solution.
Yeah.
Is there some reason why you can't just have an additional place type?
Right. So I guess a few things on that one. So from a comprehensive map component aspect, say we did have a few dots that were kind of sprinkled on there, be hard to kind of see what that is or where that is or what that place is trying to be. So I think that's kind of the issue, and we're still kind of struggling through that in terms of where that should go. But from the like Patrick mentioned, the inclusion of that in terms of how it's identifying this place type could be refined. It's just showing it as its own place type. We're trying not to have place types that are single use.
Sure.
So I think those are all issues that we're kind of struggling with. But I think you're just bringing up like we need to maybe refine and look at this one a bit more critically in terms of how we either integrate or not into this one. So that's a good point.
I mean, I think about the water treatment plant or whatever it's called on Walnut Hill, and that's adjacent to residential. And I mean, that's when I'm thinking about that. So.
Yeah, I think that's the scale piece too, as we are using this as a document to help understand places. That's a good point. Does that help in terms of understanding is that a different type of place? Is that part of the larger macro place? That's a good point.
Just one comment as someone who makes zoning related decisions on institutional campuses and public utilities. This might be the one where, as great as it is to have place types, across the city for various, uses, considering the complexity of these campuses and public utilities that we see, these almost always call for a PD, and some guidance here is helpful, but these are ones where I think going to forward Dallas is not going to be the most essential part of our analysis, given everything that goes on with these various institutional campuses and public utilities. I'm glad that we have it in here. I think it's important, but on a case by case basis, they just present so many interesting and challenging issues that almost always default to a PD. That I'm glad it's here, but it's not going to be the be all end all.
Yeah, part of the idea behind these is also that you limit the footprint of those, of those institutional or those campus place types, to understand that it shouldn't be bleeding into a different place type.
Mr. Lopez?
At the risk of pontificating here, is when I think about this place type, I think of these monolithic walls we see in Dallas, and they're just not very welcoming environments here. And I think of TI, I think of Baylor, I think of Fair Park, and how these walls are intended to keep people out. And maybe with the Goldman Sachs campus, we have an opportunity to rectify some of this unwelcoming environment. But I think that's worth mentioning, which is let's at least try to keep a welcoming environment into these campuses. And I do understand the reason to the security protocols that exist within some of these campuses, but it is so unwelcoming. And I think there's a better way, utilizing urban design standards, that could help these campuses improve their environment.
I think that's a good point. I think I'm going to actually probably add that to some conversation internally with our urban design team to see how we can integrate that.
Ready to do flex commercial or anything left on institutional campus and public utility? Right, flex commercial. I'm not usually the one to speak first when any item comes up as the chair of this committee, but I would like to hop in on this one very quickly in light of the significant and ongoing concerns that we have relating to how this fits in and what uses are and are not appropriate, and would like to propose some specific language to address some of the issues we've heard not only today by several speakers about Joby, but also, in the past as well. And I would think it would be important if the body agrees to include specific language about warehouse uses. And specifically, it would be along the lines that warehouse uses in this place type should be smaller in scale and should be implemented in areas with environmental justice concerns only after meaningful community engagement demonstrates that it would be an appropriate use. Sure, there are people wiser than I am who can think of ways to either do something much better than that or address it, in better language. But I wanted to get that out there at the beginning of our conversation on this one, because it is such an important issue as we try to make sure the environmental justice piece works on our map and in our place types. Commissioner Carpenter.
I don't disagree with your suggestion at all, but I'd like to just go to back up and go, because I have more trouble with this particular place type than any other. I know it started out as flex industrial and it changed to flex commercial, mostly as I understood it, because people did not want the industrial name on a place type near them. But my problem with that, it was kind of a change of name only. The actual what's going on in the place type didn't change. This is, as I understand it, it is a place type that we're putting atop industrial areas that shouldn't be industrial. And to largely because of environmental justice reasons, because they're located too close to residential. If we are really going to affect some meaningful transformation for some of these areas, and I'll use Joppy as an example because we had speakers about that today, we're going to have to do something that removes these noxious industrial uses as a possibility in this place type, and also addresses infrastructure study. There is no reason why a city like Dallas should have street infrastructure that is polluting the surrounding areas with constant dust emissions from trucks, just the number of trucks and the infrastructure that they're driving on. I have a problem with the context statement here, which seems to try to minimize the problem. It says the city of Dallas has nearly 70,000 acres of residential land, of which 5,200 acres, or 2%, is within a 500-foot buffer of an industrial zone district. First of all, 500 feet it's insulting if you've ever lived near a noxious industrial use. The idea that 500 feet is adequate to mitigate the problems is just, it defies understanding. So I don't know what the appropriate distance here is if you want to change. I mean, we just instituted, I think it was 1,500 feet for batch plants. I know TCEQ, in the absence of municipal zoning regulations, puts about 1,500 feet, a little bit less. The distance of noxious uses like batch plants in any residential use or residential zoning. It's a very, it's just at the bedrock of the environmental justice issues. And I don't want to see language here that seems to try to lessen the problem. But getting away from that, it's the best thing that we can do for these areas is to allow no industrial uses going forward, or make very, very specific recommendations, such as what Chair Rubin, that if they're going to be warehouses, they need to be very small. And I mean, we need details, not this whole business about limited logistical. I don't think limited logistical, it's like an oxymoron. Logistical means docks, many, many docks, and these are just not appropriate uses. There really isn't a way to rein them in. There are, I live close to I live within 500 feet of industrial property in West Dallas. There are industrial inside businesses that don't present problems. There are small warehouses that don't present problems, but these are businesses that have, one dock or two docks. They're not the big logistics places. But I just think this needs to be fundamentally rethought is all I can say. And I'll stop there.
So, and we've had this conversation with a number of communities where if this is the place type, but this place type doesn't allow industry, then that shouldn't, or any type of industry whatsoever, then that's a community mixed use or neighborhood mixed use. That shouldn't, we should just call it we should just put a different color on the map.
Right.
But then this place type becomes null and void. And so how do you have this place type that does allow for some small amount of smaller warehouses or industrial inside, and then be more, take more time to understand where this place type should be versus another place type? And I think we're totally on board. We're understanding how to include different language about how to limit smaller industry here in this place type, both the location within this place type and then the amount of that in this overall place type.
Because when I was reading, I spent a fair amount of time on this weekend when my Spectrum service came back up. But it seems to me the community mixed use and these flex commercial place types are very close together in some areas.
It can be, and again, think about it as, so you have an area that is community residential, and then you have neighborhood mixed use, and there's some overlap that occurs there, but that community residential is mainly residential, that neighborhood mixed use is now more commercial. in the flex commercial place type versus the community mixed use, one is more retail, restaurants, residential. One still has those other components, the flex commercial, but there's a more of that heavy commercial or light industrial that would be going on.
Well, I think, in my experience, say with the design district or 4th Avenue West Commerce is, those areas that are now, designated mixed use place types did not really have too much of the large outdoor, large yard, heavy, obnoxious industrial uses. But these areas that we're calling flex commercial, they tend to have an abundance of it.
So part of that is the aspirational of,
right.
It needs to transition to something, or it should transition to something else.
Right.
Is that transition to this flex commercial where you don't have noxious industry that's occurring there, but you do have some type of industry that's occurring there.
But then you also get into the issue of, if we're really going to deal with environmental justice issues by this, unfortunate co-location, and you have heavy industry that currently has the zoning it needs to operate, has its COs, and will have non-conforming rights going forward. What is the city's land use policy going to be? Is it just going to shrug and say, okay, they have their rights, that's it? Or at some point, does the city decide that it's going to take a carrot or a stick or whatever they do to try to, offer incentives to get these places to move? Or,
I think Lawrence and I would quote our boss and say that this is a land use document.
Mhm.
And from a land use perspective, we can do some things.
Mhm.
But to your point of, we can create a place type and call it flex commercial, and we can put it on there. We can do an authorized hearing and we can change the zoning to make that non-conforming. But again, if that operator has a valid CO and has non-conforming rights, then from a land use perspective, we've done everything we can. Then it's time for, if the city wants to be moving those directions, that would be something other than land use policy.
Right, and I want to touch on trying to remember everything I was trying to say. So in terms of this place type, I think the discussion we had about the logistic hub, I think that was a great conversation. I think that was a great evolution in terms of actually clarifying what this is and what this isn't. So we pulled out those large logistic hubs, those large warehouses from this particular place type, which this is kind of where some of that fell. So when you remove that scale of development, there's still that, like you mentioned, design district, what it was before the design district, that kind of quasi, it wasn't an industrial kind of location. It wasn't commercial. It was this kind of flex kind of piece. And I think the question that maybe I'm asking for the body is that in between place type that used to exist in some parts of the city, that exists in some parts of the city now, do we want to include that or have that to help signal that transition from what it used to be, probably if it was a more industrial place type, to something that it could be in the future? Because we've added that logistic hub, for example, that kind of helps this be that signaling type of place type. It could be totally nixed in 5 years if that's the direction that the city is going from a development perspective. But we do have to be very cognizant in terms of what's on the ground. Looking at Joppy again, what it currently is versus that transition away from what the community wants. That's a transition that we know needs to occur. But how do you do that with a UP rail line right there? Do you remove UP rail line, that intercontinental kind of connection? What happens with that area? Do we designate it as something that it isn't? I think it's kind of that, it's kind of the place type that's kind of there for helping with that discussion, which I think is needed. So I just want to kind of bring up the fact that the addition of that logistic hub was very helpful in terms of identifying the scale of this one. But I think the question to the body is, do we want to see that transitional place type exist with some of those issues that we are kind of grappling with in the city? Or are we trying to scrap that altogether? And where do those other types of industrial places exist? Does it go in the industrial hub? Then there's issues about the proximity of what could be in those industrial hub to residential communities versus where else this could go. So that's kind of, I know it's kind of not answering the question, but I think it plays a role in terms of keeping that conversation going and signaling that transition from what probably was to what the community wants to see from one aspect, but also to, you mentioned West Dallas. There are some parts that this place type is 100% what it needs to be. There's some players that are smaller in nature, but they are great neighbors, like you mentioned in previous meetings. They're not commercial in nature. They're this flex commercial light industry type of thing that I think I mentioned I think I heard properly that they are good neighbors and they're not the medium commercial. So I just want to get some maybe clarity from this body is this place type still useful in identifying and signaling those changes, or do we need to look at kind of stark, hard delineation sort of place types for that?
I mean, I think this is I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I mean, what I ask myself when I look at this is if there were an authorized hearing in one of these environmental justice areas to, concern areas to do a wholesale rezoning, do I have sort of the cues and tools that I need to get out the problematic uses? And particularly when we look in these adjacency topics, commercial and smaller office uses should be integrated into edge areas to provide buffers for surrounding neighborhoods. Sites with negative internal impacts, such as environmental noise pollution, should be redeveloped with cleaner employment generating uses, more compatible with adjacent and nearby uses. New LI uses should be considered in this place type should be low impact, small scale, incorporate clean emissions, and self-contained to the interior of the building if adjacent to residential uses. I think those give me a lot of cues that I need in order to figure out whether or not a rezoning of this area, keeping in mind that there are issues of non-conforming uses which need to be addressed through a separate process, which I think the city should invest in dealing with those and dealing with those expeditiously. I think I have the cues in this document to address lots of the problems. And let's just be clear that, this flex commercial place type is not the last word on any authorized hearing. If we need to make further tweaks or downzone even further, I think that's, still feasible with this here. I feel like I walk ahead, particularly when we clarify maybe things like how warehouses should be incorporated into this, some infrastructure issues relating to pervious and impervious surfaces and dust issues. I think, and I would be hopeful that we could get to a place that is appropriate with some additional tweaks to have this as a very useful place type moving forward. I'm not sure if we're all that far off, and I think as this goes to CPSC and council, hopefully soon, there may be some additional tweaking left to do, and if we find FC is not appropriate for an area, we can continue to tweak that as well.
I agree that it's a very useful place type. I don't, I'm not overly fond of, I don't really care what we call it. It needs to exist as a place type. It just needs to be very clear that aspirationally that these noxious industrial uses are just not a part of the plan, and that's going to require very specific language about warehouses and and then we get on into the infrastructure, the other things that he mentioned. But I think it would also be helpful to acknowledge that these are the areas that should have priority for authorized hearings, because it's the most starkest, the most dramatic disconnect between what's on the ground and what I don't hear any disagreement with the direction that we should be moving in.
Right, going back to the kind of areas of focus, that's actually another analysis that we're doing with our consultant, using all the data from the different themes and the different kind of components of this plan to help kind of layer in where that focus should be from a more objective approach. And there's going to be some interpretation from kind of planning consultant staff, even these bodies that we're going to be discussing, but the idea is to use the data to help identify where those hotspots are and those focuses should be, and then using the language from the place types to help with that.
This is just the worst disconnect between the reality and what it should be.
I think under the place type application in the residential or mixed use areas, we talked about the potential there for redevelopment. I think we need to then put in this place type, under place type application, similar language that talks about when you have noxious industrial land uses occurring here, those should be the ones that are prioritized for development, and include language about how to, how to do that prioritization, and then have additional language about how to limit, limited logistics. I agree. Thinking through the term, that's not what this place type is meant to be. It's not a logistics center. There's no, it's not shipping that happens here. It's a guy who has a business and he has a 8,000 square foot warehouse that he ships stuff out of. That's not logistics. It's a small scale office or small scale industrial that's happening inside, and just have better language in this place type that talks about the location of those, and the intensity of those, and the concentration of those in this place type.
And one thing I forgot to mention, going back to the context, sorry, my application crashed. In terms of the 500-foot buffer, that's actually a few, that rings true with the feedback that we got from our environmental commission. They mentioned that that should be increased to 1,000. So that was early analysis that we did in our existing conditions report, and we plan on updating that, so we can easily update that to 1,000 to 1,500 feet to see what numbers come from it.
And I'll just add while I'm here, because this is one of the the areas of town, the place types, the places where there's a big disconnect between what our development code says and what reality is the treatment of commercial motor vehicle parking, which in our development code is a retail or personal service use, which is laughable. And it's such a noxious use that there really needs to be an accompanying, it needs to be a priority that that particular use is looked at as to where it can go in the city and how close it can be to residential and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think in the implementation tables, if we are moving forward with this place type, we can go in there and have specific recommendations about changes to be made in the development code for commercial motor vehicle parking, for warehousing, for office showroom warehouse, those land uses, and call out those to say these need to change, and it's a priority to change.
Because right now, retail and personal services are allowed almost anywhere, but nobody puts a gigantic commercial motor vehicle parking lot, along the Miracle Mile, Lover's Lane, whatever. But they do cluster in these areas, and okay, thank you.
Milligan?
I just want to make sure I understand the philosophy of what's designated as flex commercial. So I do agree that it's a place type that's needed. And I think with the examples that you use, Stemmons and certainly LBJ Skillman, that you're looking at areas where it's not always environmental justice. There weren't necessarily racist decisions that were made to have industrial next to residential. And so I think these areas, when we're talking about like the next design district, right, I think that's where flex commercial works. But I guess thinking about the comments we heard from advocates related to JOPI, they're advocating that when we're future looking about development in neighborhoods, that we shouldn't be incremental in terms of what that neighborhood could become, and that we're almost settling for, partial. They're still acknowledging that we're going to allow some of those racist decisions to still exist if what they have to be designated as flex commercial as opposed to some kind of mixed use. So just wanted to understand the philosophy there.
Yeah, so I think the first part you mentioned, that's right in line with that. The second part, I think it's actually a conversation that's just complex in terms of staff. So we're going to go back to jobbing. That's probably the most difficult location that we're investigating, just to be honest. There's a residential community, there's an international rail line, and then there's kind of open space. So I think how do those work together? We haven't found that solution, but we do know that transition from what it currently is to something that's healthier for that community needs to happen. So I think identifying that area as needing to change from what it is, that's kind of the first step. What we kind of say internally is that this area is going to need a neighborhood plan. Like, it's going to need something that's more detailed and more nuanced, and more conversations with UP Rail, just to figure out what can happen in terms of getting the community what they're looking for, and also what's on the ground and what's actually needed for maybe the region, the nation. So I think that's a hard piece. It's more kind of identifying that something needs to change and occur, but we need to provide a suite of land uses and clarity in terms of the direction of that development to kind of help understand the direction of development. So like you mentioned for the first part, LBJ Scaleman, I-45 corridor, those make sense with a suite of supporting land uses. The other areas that are transitioning away from something that's more heavy in nature, still providing that transition to something else. Those other place types that we mentioned, commercial, those don't seem to fit in the context, especially just Joppy. So trying to figure out what needs to happen moving forward. Does Fort Dallas touch on that? Do we identify that as a focus area that needs further investigation? It's something that's actually more for conversation that we are hoping to have with CPC and the community at large continually through this process, because we don't have an answer 100%, just be honest. It's a very hard area to think about kind of an easy solution to.
Yeah, and we talk about these areas, and just to clarify, most of the time the areas we're talking about are actually areas adjacent to what we're talking. So like Joppy is not flex commercial. Joppy is it is a residential place type, right? So like a lot of the stuff over like LBJ and Scum, most of that is a residential place type. It's the areas that are adjacent to it that we're trying to have that understanding of. Okay, is this a flex commercial area that's adjacent to these places, or is it a mixed, and more of is it a design district 30 years ago, or is it a design district today?
Right.
And it's trying to understand some of that.
So I think even our answer probably didn't provide that clarity to the second part, but I think that's kind of where we are, is just kind of grappling with that particular example. That's a very difficult application, and trying to figure out the best way of providing the best tools and best land use for that community, and also to moving forward with where it needs to go, not limiting it to any type of development or putting something that's unrealistic in terms of what can happen there. Because as we look at land use plans and maps, just looking at other examples in the city and the country and the state, if you have something that very aspirational but doesn't make any sense, it's actually probably going to get repealed or just kind of thrown to the back. So we want to make sure that each step that we're kind of evolving these place types is making that progression in a way that's actually feasible. And we know we haven't hit it 100%, but we're still trying to hopefully move it toward a direction that provides a community, like you mentioned, direction toward moving away from what it currently is, but we still are kind of grappling with what that clear vision of that area needs to be with those assets and those elements of infrastructure that exist in the community in Joppy.
Well, I think there's reference maybe in the implementation table to like economic justice overlays or things like that. So I think maybe even within here mentioning that there may be some areas that are designated that are just not, it's not the right place type.
Right. So even with that, I think the overlay is kind of more just identifying these areas that need more focused intervention from a particular direction. That's kind of the direction of, I think we've updated the language to focus on that. We're trying to see, like, just with that particular example, whatever we identify that area, does that change how UP Rail works in the area? Just for example. So I think with that, we want to be able to figure out what actually helps move things in a direction that makes sense, and we don't know the answer to that. We want to provide land use flexibility to kind of move toward a direction that we're hearing from the community. So it's a hard one, to be honest. I don't have an answer for that one, but that's kind of where we are with staff.
Yeah, but the thing that makes me feel deeply torn and really struggle with these areas is a question of timing, because something needs to change in these areas. It needs to change expeditiously. Obviously, there is a public investment piece in dealing with some of these non-conforming uses or uses to be made non-conforming in light of what the legislature's done to amortization, which is what it is. But there's also the fact that there will probably be a private sector piece towards redeveloping these areas to get rid of the noxious and incompatible uses. And if flex commercial makes that happen more quickly, even though what might be brought in under regional mixed use or one of the mixed use categories might be ultimately more ideal. I don't know how we make that trade-off, but my initial reaction is, time is of the essence in these areas. So, if we get some industrial light inside, and people should feel free to speak up if they see it differently than me. But we could wait a long time for some mixed-use development, or we might be able to see some compatible, commercial development in these areas that deals with some of the major EJ concerns. And there are also environmental issues on a lot of these sites that may not make it, unfortunately, suitable for some of this mixed-use development that might otherwise be ideal. So, again, this, as Mr. Agu said, is probably some of the hardest place type decisions that we have to make. But, I want to, hopefully deliver sooner rather than later, the right results, good results for these areas. And, I think we need to give flex commercial in these areas a very serious look before we bypass it. I think it's still on the table, absolutely on the table, that we go in another direction. But as I struggle with these issues, I think flex commercial does deserve, particularly with some smoothing around the edges, particularly in these EJ areas, needs to be, discussed and continue to be discussed and considered seriously.
I like what you mentioned about the timing piece. I think what this place type does to it basically talks about there's no additional industrial development that should occur in these areas, especially if it's near surrounding residential communities. So it kind of helps to signal like a kind of a halt in that development when adjacent to those communities. Another thing you mentioned was kind of the legal component. So yes, as we're looking at the other users, the private users of these spaces, as a staff, we're probably going to be consulting a lot of legal advice in terms of making sure we're not making any takings or types of illegal kind of maneuvers with what we're doing or identifying from a land use perspective as well. So like I mentioned, like the area that we just mentioned with Joppy has all those components to think through, and it's a very difficult one. But I think the place type itself does provide that one, the halting of certain types of development if it's by a residential community, but also too if it's just focused on that type of smaller scale industrial use that can continue the way that it's been developing or operating, without any issue. So I think going back to Commissioner Carpenter and the feedback that she provided with the logistical hub, I know there's a lot of pushback initially. So glad we kind of developed that. That helps to help create what this should be in terms of that direction that we're trying to go with the place size. But again, there's still room for development and tweaking and modification, but I think the feedback that we've gotten so far has definitely been helpful in this particular place type.
Members, other comments, questions on flex commercial? I know there's no shortage of opinions here and thoughts. All right, logistics industrial park.
First of all, I'd like to say that you have Stemmons Industrial Corridor as both logistics industrial park and under flex commercial. And I know that these are difficult areas to assign names to, but were you looking at different?
Yeah, so and we can maybe talk through that as well. So along that corridor, I think along closer to the east, excuse me, on the west side of the corridor, that has a mix of both logistics, industrial park, and the heavy industrial place type. We can double check the map too as well, just to confirm those two were there. But if there is there direction to kind of just keep one of those, we can. But those had the two place types in there. I'm not sure if you wanted to add to that.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Carpenter, you hit the nail on the head. Sometimes it's hard to describe an area that doesn't have a name for it. Sometimes
areas that are just large industrial yards and nobody,
yeah,
nobody gives them a name.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar, like people, we've had this discussion about Joppy, and almost the entire discussion about Joppy has not been about actual Joppy. It's the areas that are all adjacent to Joppy.
Right.
Which again, some members are going to say that is also part of Joppy. But here, it's that there's certain parts along Stemmons that are Flex Commercial and certain parts along Stemmons that are the logistics hub. I think it's a north-south. The further, the further southern part is Flex, and then if you go north on it, it becomes the logistics hub. But then the other part of the East Emmons corridor up near Harry Hines, that is also the Flex Commercial place type. Between basically like where Stemmons is and where the where Denton Road and the rail line, the Dartmouth rail line is.
Members?
Now,
Oh yeah, of course.
now I'm having a little difficulty with the combining of the logistics and industrial park because to me I can think of areas that are very distinctly one or the other, and blurring them seems to open up, because I have industrial parks. I don't personally have them, but they occur in District 6, where I'd call them industrial parks, but they really aren't. And some of them are really close to residential areas or areas that are going mixed use that are reasonably compatible, but they don't tend to have the massive logistics warehouses and all of that, trucking traffic and all of that. So I can't quite straighten it out in my mind how we combine these two without losing the distinction that keeps the largest of these logistics uses and the problems that come along with them out of the industrial parks.
Yeah, I feel like we've done this a few times with other place types, so maybe we can kind of clarify what this is doing too. So with the creation of the community residential, that was looking at the traditional and the blended, and thinking about the scale component was a major piece. From a land use perspective, they're basically the same. Same thing with the city residential. That's also the same intent with this particular place type, is that from a land use perspective, they're the same. But from a scale perspective, we can identify those changes or nuances through language, imagery, and other urban design elements to help understand what that looks like contextually.
I'm having a little trouble with the second sentence under character description that says logistics industrial park areas represent significant employment assets, providing space for innovation, employment, and the potential for upward mobility for Dallas's skilled workers. I'm having trouble applying that to large warehouse jobs. I'm not sure I see a potential path for upward mobility for Dallas's skilled workers. And it seems to be an overstatement of definitely, yes, they provide jobs, but is that painting a little bit too pretty a picture?
So I can talk on the EcoDev feedback that we received, and then Patrick could probably jump into. So in terms of just comparing industrial hub, or manufacturing hub, the more kind of lower skilled labor sometimes that we see, there's a decrease in the amount of that and an increase of these types of what's the word I'm thinking of, employment sectors. So we're looking at, as technology is increasing, AI, warehousing, all that kind of more higher level, higher educational kind of skilled labor is needed. This is where that could fit within. So I think that's a strategic direction that the city manager and the EcoDev department are looking to increase, is that access and that increasing of that particular type of, can't think of the word in my head, employment sector in the city. So that's kind of where we kind of landed. Maybe the language could be tweaked and modified, but that's kind of the direction or the intent, the spirit of what we're trying to identify here.
Okay, I mean, I understand that's an aspirational sort of statement. It's not the reality. I'll let it go. I understand what you're saying.
I think the upward part is the part that we can massage, that it provides, you know, gainful employment. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyone else have comments or questions on this?
I have a quick comment here.
Mr. Goldstein.
Thank you. In terms of the character description, you know, in environmental justice, it talks about reducing adverse environmental impacts. And obviously the reality of these is large surface parking areas that can often go from property line to property line to the building itself. And I'm just wondering, in the urban design elements, if we can have some recommendations to help avoid that. You know, something like in the previous one, it talked about integrating green infrastructure. Now, obviously, you know, we can't do permeable pavement because of what Commissioner Carpenter's been talking about, or at least as we know it, and tree boxes. But, you know, maybe there are some recommendations. Again, I'm not an expert on this, but, you know, at the edges of the property, seems like potential to create green buffers and green spaces, maybe directly adjacent to some of these buildings, particularly where the employees enter and exit, so that we can control. What tends to happen is these sites just get cleared of all vegetation and then paved over, and what's not paved becomes a roof. And I think it's just a huge environmental issue, and that some recommendations on our part might be useful.
No, that's a good point. I think we can investigate how that can be integrated better into this particular place type. Just because of the use doesn't mean it needs to be this kind of squalid desert. So we can look into incorporating some best practices that do that.
Yes, for LHA2, excuse me, these developments will focus on light industrial uses, including clean manufacturing centers, technology, data centers, and biotech facilities. It's been brought to my attention that data centers are very noisy. They hum, they have generators. They're really not, those can be noxious uses as far as vibration and noise, and probably are not suitable for these areas that are adjacent to residential.
We can investigate that. I'm not sure about the actual numbers, but might have more information on that.
Well, I think we can also include better language in this place type just about the adjacency of the data centers, and all of the allowed language is here.
Right.
And talk about the adjacency to residential communities, or that there should be a lack thereof of that.
I agree. I think strengthening that language would help tremendously. But I know as data centers are proliferating, I'm hearing more and more that residential areas that are anywhere, I mean, not always necessarily close, are disturbed by noise and vibration. So if we don't have the problem, we don't need it. So let's try to avoid it if we can. We have plenty.
Yeah, and folks who do this type of work tell us that Dallas-Fort Worth is a magnet for data centers. Just
Any other comments on industrial park logistics? All right, so we want to industrial hub.
Well, I can just add here that I won't repeat myself endlessly, but the same comments that I've made about infrastructure, in other industrial areas apply here. I did have a question about a reference to hazardous material storage. Yes, under character description. The industrial hub place type comprises areas identified for heavy industrial production, construction-related functions, and hazardous material storage.
The question about what that is specifically, or
yeah. Where are you finding that?
yes, I think that was we're looking at our current code and the breakdown of the different kind of the IM, the IR, the land uses within there. That was an example that was there was hazardous material storage within there. So just kind of this place type being where those types of facilities are located. It's needed to be located somewhere in the city. I think this would be one of those locations where we identify it. That's
I do have a question with the context statement under industrial hub. When it says the strategic location of this place type aims to address the historic and equitable location of industrial land uses.
yes.
Go
ahead.
I just don't understand that statement at all. I mean, it seems to me that, I mean, we didn't create the place type trying to do away with it. This place type reflects the inequitable location of industrial land.
Right. So I think that's probably speaking more to the map, how it's addressed locationally. So, currently Fort Dallas 2006 has that place type kind of in communities that it shouldn't be by. This particular place type has it in very strategic locations away from communities. And we identify exactly what should and shouldn't go there. So we could, after this particular place type, I think we look at the actual map. I know there's not the discussion they were looking at, but just through this map, 3 locations, off to Stemmons, closer to Garland and McComas, versus it being all dispersed within the city limits. So I think that term or that phrase, you can go back here, that's kind of the intent, but we can clarify that if needed to
perhaps it could say something about the location of this place type is limited to is now being limited to areas that are separate, that are not co-located with residential communities. I mean, while this industrial hub, I mean, this is not suggested language, I'm just thinking right now, but, while the industrial hub areas were deliberately put next to those communities, the map, where we're limiting these place types now is trying to redress that and to remove them from areas where there is residential adjacency. So if you can get a coherent statement, I'd appreciate it.
That's all right. I think when I typed in the location of this place type is limited to the areas that shouldn't be or aren't co-located with residential communities. The map identifies those geographies or uses certain geographies to help kind of just reemphasize what you just said, not collating those uses to residential communities. And I think we have some language here adding to the inequitable effects of such. I don't know. We can
because I mean, basically, what we've done is areas that are industrial hub that shouldn't be have been relabeled flex commercial. Is that not pretty much the case?
Pretty much, yes. Some of those have been labeled as community mixed use or residential place types as well.
Yeah, I don't know if equitable location is the right phrasing, considering that the location of some of these where, it's now less problematic because some of the adjacencies have been eliminated by moving the residential away in favor of the industrial. we have fewer problems with these today, but it's hard to say that these were located in an equitable manner in the first instance. So I think we further equity by limiting the use of industrial hub, as I think Commissioner Carpenter suggested, but equitable location is, I hate to wordsmith here, but it's important that we get this piece right. An equitable location, I think, flies wide of the mark, unfortunately.
Sure. I was just wondering that under place type applications, maybe we should explicitly say no residential context. You do say it in MHB-3. Maybe that needs to go under place type application instead of adjacencies.
Probably both. That we're saying that, you know, residential land uses should not be a part of this place type, and that residential land use, that this shouldn't also be adjacent to residential land uses. Yeah.
Do these remaining areas that are labeled industrial hub have residential uses existing in them now? Because I mean, unfortunately, there was a time when, you know, residential and industrial were allowed to coexist. That was, you know, considered to be legal land use. But then when they decided that wasn't very nice, they, you know, just overlaid it with industrial, but they didn't change anything. They just changed the name, and people were still living there. So do we still have people living in these areas? Do you know?
From the analysis that we did, we hadn't seen any others. I think the only probably anything that's closest is looking at what's happening in neighboring cities, what's happening in Garland, or just that proximity. But for within the city bounds, analysis that we don't have any.
Yeah, there may be some like live work locations in some of those areas, particularly the area up closer to Garland, where
but there aren't single family homes interspersed with these industrial.
Yeah, not that
because
but we can further investigate to ensure that. Yeah.
I have a question about MHA1. Business activities emitting air pollution in industrial hub areas are monitored and regulated to ensure environmental justice policies and strategies are adhered to. Who are you saying is going to be doing this? Or is it currently, I mean, yeah, who's doing this? Are you saying TCQ does it? Or are you saying the City of Dallas is doing it? Or is it going to start doing it?
Yeah, that's a good point. So I think this, we can investigate if this needs to go in like our table and we identify who's going to be actually doing that. I think just adding it here makes it unclear about how to actually enforce that. So we can, I think it's important to note, but identifying who and how that gets actually monitored, we can discuss that further with our partnering agencies.
Likewise, MHA4 areas functioning as industrial hubs and designated to remain should be improved as healthy environments with quality jobs. I mean, how? I mean, yes, ideally, but how, in the real world, what are you saying is going to happen there?
Yeah, I think it's language that can be a guiding policy without necessarily saying this is how it's exactly going to be accomplished. We know they should happen, but I don't know if we've identified exactly how that can happen. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't say it, just
right.
Yeah, I think you definitely want to say it, and it's important to say. That's a commitment that we have. And, you know, maybe if you want to tweak the language a little bit, you can look back to the theme goal for environmental justice, which I think fits in well right there about protecting communities and natural areas from the effect of environmental hazards.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Is there something missing in mobility and access number 4? It just says landscape buffers to provide a transition to adjacent uses.
Number 4, urban design.
Well, under mobility and at page what is this? 3-53, number 4, right above green and open space, when it just says landscape buffers to provide a transition to adjacent uses. Or it's about landscape buffers should be provided.
There's probably a verb that's missing there.
Yeah, and is there an intention here to stress that the landscape buffer needs to be enhanced over the minimum that's currently required? I mean, we get cases very regularly at CPC that seem to think that an 8-foot fence and a few feet of shrubbery is enough to mitigate an industrial use, and I have a brain hemorrhage every time it appears. But
yeah, with that's actually a question, maybe back to you in terms of what you see that our current, I guess, code designates, and what you would suggest. How would you designate or suggest increasing or improving that? Like,
well, yeah. Well, what I'm assuming that you're talking about areas. I mean, let me ask a question first. Are you talking about areas that are transitioning? Is this just to adjacent uses? Are you talking about to other commercial uses or to a residential use, or?
I think all uses is
all uses.
Right.
Well, I think I mean, if you're talking about the noxious industrial uses, which this hub is featuring, I think we need to look at very considerably enlarged buffers. And when I say buffers, I mean, pretty solid, like a tree lot. Whether it's, I mean, especially for large scale businesses. I mean, maybe it's 50 feet. Maybe it's, I mean, I don't know, but it can't be 3 feet or 5 feet or 6 feet.
Right. There's probably some best practice,
Right.
buffer to that scale, so we can investigate that.
Right. But a realistic buffer, not a, not just a token buffer.
Right.
Because I've never seen a photinia that would mitigate some of these noxious plants.
And I think that's similar
agree
to
with you
the
on that
previous.
point.
Hold on. I think we're speaking over each other. Let's go to Mr. Lopez first, then Mr. Goldstein.
I just wanted to reiterate what Commissioner Carper is saying, because one of the, I think, key characteristics of an industrial site like this is the deep setbacks.
Right.
You almost say it on item number 9 under building form plus character, but you don't quite get there in terms of those deep setbacks. I don't know, we need to specifically outline, 75 foot or, whatever the case might be, but at least the characteristic needs to be like deep setbacks, and then that it would be subject to interpretation by a planning commission.
Yes, we agree with you. I think just adding that, and how do you phrase in terms of the deep setback? I'm not sure we can use that too, because it provides kind of general guidance.
Keep it general.
And we're not, the zoning developers here. So yeah, makes sense.
Mr. Goldstein?
I was just going to say that type of buffer language that we're talking about here with industrial hub is similar to the discussion with the logistics hub. Because just a 8-foot fence and a chain link fence at that certainly isn't sufficient. So maybe a little bit more guidance.
Okay, we can definitely do that.
In terms of what those buffers should look like.
Commissioner Carpenter. I thought I saw you ready to go. Itchy, but not ready to jump in just yet. Any additional feedback on industrial hub? All right, it is almost 2 p.m. Why don't we take just a quick 5-minute break for comfort and other purposes, and let's be back at 2:05. Recording again? All right, great, everyone. It is 2:06. We took 1 minute longer than expected. That's pretty good for us. We're usually like 10 minutes longer than expected, but it's 2:06. And the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Committee is back in session, and we do have a quorum. I will turn it back over to Mr. Agu, who will take us through our next portions of the document.
All right, so we have kind of part of this place type. We have like one last page. We want to kind of provide some context on this one. So on the place type map, basically as we show what each place type means and what's into those place types, then we show the place type map and where those are located on the map. So in terms of the feedback that we're looking for, in terms of, it's not particularly directed to the map because we're getting that feedback throughout the course of this whole process, and we want to make sure that this body doesn't cover specific council districts. It's more topical, so we want to make sure that those more geographic those who represent those geographies are the discussions that we have that with CPC and other bodies too. But this is going to be something that we continue to open up the discussion for the community to provide that feedback in person through these meetings and other avenues that we'll be showcasing throughout the next few months. So for this particular spread, I just want to get some feedback in terms of just how it's laid out, more information that might be needed, and not totally into the nuances of geographical place type designations.
I just ask a quick follow-up question.
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Since you talked about opportunities for public officials as well as members of the general public to provide feedback, can you just remind members of the public how and what those additional opportunities to provide feedback on the map are?
Right. So yeah. So through the course of the last few years, we've used Social Pinpoint to get that feedback in terms of those geographies. Those have been inputted and added to this particular map. Moving forward through public hearings, we're going to be showcasing this document too as well. As that is occurring, we're going to be also having other smaller workshops, roundtables, discussions related to just all things for Dallas to get that feedback too as well. And communities who have conversation or discussions about any part of the city, we're also welcome them to come to City Hall, or we go to them and continue that discussion. So that's still evolving through this process as well.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, I think as we have said, staff has said many times in this meeting before, this map, having it in the document is important, but really it's most useful as an online tool that will, continue to evolve as we have, area plans and things like that. So it's necessary to have this sort of static snapshot right now, but the most robust tool is going to be the online map.
Right, that's actually a good reminder that we are going to add that link to this page too, so those can, when they open this document, they can click on that and go straight to that interactive map. All right. So with that, then we are actually going to transition to our, final chapter of this document, which is our implementation chapter. So just in summary, this is just going through the action steps that are leading from the theme goals that we have in the initial parts of the plan. So we can focus on each theme and get your comments from that.
Mr. Carpenter.
On number 3, do we have, it says utilize the 4 Dallas environmental justice areas of focus. Is there an official list of those?
So that is what our staff will be doing in terms of our analysis with our consultant to develop based on the metrics that our consultants helping us identify where certain areas of focus need to occur instead of just using kind of best practice knowledge or just information from the community. We want to be able to add that, community feedback. We want to be able to add staff input. We want to be able to add metrics from our consultant to create a basically an environmental justice area of focus tool that has all those metrics together. We can clearly see and hopefully objectively see where focus needs to occur. So that's a map that's being developed as we speak to help us with the implementation component of this plan. And that'll be also further discussed with CPC because they're going to be focused on implementation and how to kind of move some of those items forward from a more practical perspective.
Thank you. On number 4, where it says prioritize stronger environmental impact reviews in EJ and EPA focus areas that are also contributors of urban heat island effect and excessive stormwater runoff. Could we add poor air quality to that?
If we do air quality, can we do air and water quality?
Yes, we can.
And on number 5, where it says update the development code to reduce the percentage of impervious surface areas, could we just add where appropriate?
You can.
Ms. Milligan.
I don't know if it's 7 or if it would be a new implementation item, but again, going back to carrots, I think this is an opportunity where city supported, city financed housing development could help you achieve your environmental and sustainability goals.
Would you mind helping me kind of elaborating kind of how that kind of does?
So,
yeah.
So these are not required. Rain gardens and green roofs are not necessarily required right now, but if the city is incentivizing the development, then that could be something that could be negotiated.
Got it. Gotcha. Okay. So.
Could I ask a question about action step under transit-oriented development action steps 1 and 2? Could those? Is there a reason for those to be separate? I mean, they seem one's about existing and one's about potential. Could they just not say existing and potential?
Talking about number 1 and number 2?
I mean, it seems to be basically saying the same thing, and it's the same partners.
I guess in terms of number 1, that's focused on kind of the land use component. That'll be led by PUD, our team. Number 2, let's see.
Well, it seems that the leads are the same and the partners are the same.
Right. So I think these two, in terms of who could do what, like from HUD's perspective, developing land use strategies and kind of what we're familiar with from a land use perspective, that's one we're kind of focused on. With OEQS, they help track some of the data.
I'm under transit-oriented development.
Oh, okay. So we're not EJ anymore. We're not
sorry.
here. We're okay. Everybody jump in. Let me know.
Does people have other feedback on EJ and sustainability? I'm sorry. No, you're totally fine. I know we're all excited to get to TOT. But let's give people a quick chance. Anything else on EJ or
I
sustainability?
have a question on number 9.
Of course.
What is development and design of brownfield sites? Coordinate with partner agencies and departments to incentivize the development and design.
Right. Like what are we asking them to do?
My question is, what's the design? I mean, I understand the development.
Oh, got you.
What does design mean?
Right. So I think there are a few sites in maybe South Dallas Park that are brownfield sites. So just being able to kind of come through OQS or PUD and think through just site design, what that looks like from that perspective in terms of other development, either incentives or ways of progressing that. So I think we're thinking about it more from a site design perspective. I'm not sure if there's any other nuances.
Yeah, and so again, it's using some of the carrots that we can, right, and some of the sticks where appropriate. And so if we have some control of some of those brownfield sites, how do we make sure that they're not just developed, but they're developed with something that is integrated into that community? Okay. And so it's ensuring that it has a high quality design to it, not just something goes there.
So should design go first and then developments? Design and development, or does it really matter? It's not a big deal to me.
No, if you think it reads clearer, we can switch the. Yeah.
And then another question I have is related, but not within the purview of this committee. The City of Dallas Land Bank owns properties that are environmentally contaminated. And when they convey those properties, they are continue to be environmentally contaminated, and the city has not had any interest in cleaning those sites up before they convey them. And I don't know whether there's any way that we can incorporate some interdepartmental cooperation here, because I think it's unconscionable, frankly.
Yeah, I think we can add that. I think number 13.
Include that there.
Right. I think before that used to be land bank and just kind of coordination with our departments. Some of the programs that we have in the city could change names. So I think we kind of change that to city owned land. That kind of encompasses that, but I think we can add that component in terms of the cleaning component that you just mentioned, or
Yeah, I mean, is there a way that we can require that the city has to clean it before they convey it? Because a lot of times it's a buyer beware situation. Developers don't even know what they got.
right?
Yeah, I think that's a conversation that we can have with OEQS and housing to understand their land bank process, and can OEQS play a better part in that?
I think that would be incredible. Thank you very much. One of my pet peeves.
Mr. Carpenter, do you have something else on EJ?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
All right, TOD.
Okay, now, under TOD, 1 and 2 seem to be basically saying the same thing. One's about existing and one's about potential.
And those look the same. Those could be combined, and we can just add both languages, but we can investigate that.
Now, number 5, what's an accessibility analysis? Utilize an accessibility analysis to equitably develop corridor and station area plans.
Right. Yeah, so we actually did that in our existing conditions report. I think it's called kind of the particular map was like the complete communities analysis, where it looks at grocery stores and other types of amenities in a particular area, and kind of codifies how well a community is to that accessibility to those amenities. So that is kind of what we're using as that kind of jumping off point to help objectively identify those areas. So we can maybe specify more clearly what that analysis is, maybe kind of connecting or naming it, but that's what it is.
Could you elaborate a little bit on number 9, establish place-specific criteria for 15-minute complete communities?
Yeah. So kind of 2 things on this one, and so 2 things on this one. So one, as we look at just all communities in the city, a term in terms of making sure that every community is walkable, close to grocery stores, etc. A best practice is making sure that you're able to access those areas or those amenities within 15 minutes of either walking or driving, excuse me. So for example, if you look at West Oak Cliff versus Redbird versus some other parts of the city, making sure that each of those communities have all of those amenities within an accessible distance. So I think the 15-minute best practice is a best practice that we've used and we've heard about. So, but the idea is to kind of investigate that further. We didn't delve into that too much with this particular comp plan, but we want to make sure that we delve into more specifics in terms of making sure that each community in the city is able to kind of connect to that. So when you have a network of communities that within those communities have access to all those needed amenities, we think that kind of helps to connect to that goal of C, which is promoting multimodal transportation network that is highly accessible and well connected.
So in the planning world, there are already existing best practices, criteria for 15-minute complete communities. You're just emphasizing you need them to be place specific.
And we need to do more analysis and research internally. Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else on TOD? Housing choice and access.
I have a question about number 6. Work with city departments to identify and plan for areas in which surplus land is purchased, etc., for development of affordable housing. What is surplus land?
We might delve into that a little bit. The land bank and
yeah, it's perhaps the term surplus is not the best term there.
Are you talking about city-owned land?
It can be city-owned land, or sometimes it's publicly owned land because it's not always the city that owns it. Sometimes it's DART or the county or someone else. But yeah, we can change that from surplus land to.
But what makes it eligible? I mean, you've got surplus to whom or why? Or I mean, just.
So I think there's some instances where land is given to the city or acquired by the city or, from some act of the ownership, either leaving or whatever, the city acquires land and that becomes, surface land is not being used for any particular purpose. So I think that's kind of what we're looking at is those lands that we have that aren't really being used for anything specifically at a particular time, being able to use those for this particular purpose.
So it's not so much purchase, it's just making use of available land for the development of affordable housing.
Right.
Okay. Would that be like the city of Dallas owns 40 to 50 acres where they have the city auto pound right now. And they're in the process of moving the auto pound out. They've moved out about half of it, everything that's non-evidentiary, and they're looking for a location far away from residential after being next to me for 40 years. Somewhere else. So there will be 40 some odd acres of city-owned land that are available, which would be an ideal place for housing.
Right, and I think there's certain programs that kind of touch on that too. And I think this is kind of trying to do two things, being kind of general at the same time and not kind of focusing on a particular program, which tends to change annually. But yeah, 100% in terms of what you just mentioned.
But the purpose is to prioritize the use of available land for housing or affordable housing.
Yeah, and I think
it's prioritizing investment for that.
Yeah, that there is publicly owned land that we should be prioritizing for affordable housing, whether that's the city owning Akmok, or whether that's DISD owning, having schools that no longer have students at them and have, they've got that property. But we can definitely clarify that language. It's not surplus land, that it's, publicly owned land to be used for the.
It's usually struck off by the city.
Mm-hmm.
It's delinquent property taxes through the land bank. I think that's what they're talking about.
Right, and I think from 100%, I think from our discussions with housing, they wanted us to kind of tweak this and not be specific to a program. So we can go back and investigate and help kind of let them understand those comments, and then maybe they can help us to tweak this to touch on what they're trying to have with this particular piece and also what we're hearing from you all.
But I would assume right now that land that comes back to the city through whatever tax liens or whatever is given or sold or whatever without any main overriding purpose. And that point here is to make that land available for affordable housing.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Ms. Milligan.
I have a question.
We'll get to you in just a second, Mr. Goldstein. We've got Ms. Milligan going.
Starting with 5, I think it would be good for there to be a statement just generally about improving the zoning and permitting process in general, period, before we talk about, I got this, Linda, before we talk about targeted incentives. But I was trying to figure out what you're trying to get to with this item, because land, condos and land that's developed on community land trust is not always owner occupied. And so
that's correct, yeah.
But is the focus of the targeted incentives to facilitate the development of owner occupied housing? Or are we talking more about housing types? And I guess thinking again about this being a land use plan, are we focused on the type of housing? Are we focused on who's in it?
It's the type. I think it makes so. Two things. So I think the type is the focus. And I think, again, it's probably another item to confirm with our housing department. They were speaking on specific programs that were trying to word without focusing on it. So I think I see what you're saying, because it's talking about not type, but ownership structure. And then also too, this land use is focused on land use. So I think we can clarify what the direction needs to be, because it's actually delving into both of those. And
basically it's housing saying that they have some programs that address owner occupied single family housing, and they can do that. But the whole vast majority of other stuff, they're limited in the ability to do that. If HUD can do a way in which we can incentivize or remove some of the barriers in development or zoning, then that makes those other housing products easily available for them, more easily available for them.
I guess I would just suggest, because I think there's a need to make statements related to diverse housing types, which is not necessarily going to be affordable housing, not necessarily owner occupied. and keeping that as a separate statement, and then having a separate goal that's related to facilitating home ownership, which I think is definitely, we've heard from community members that they want more focus on home ownership. And I know you may ask, I don't have a good statement for you yet. I'll have to come back on that.
No, I'm thinking about from the land use perspective, how does that home ownership piece occur? That's kind of another hard kind of question that we ask ourselves. But I think a lot of what you mentioned is something that a lot of similarities in the kind of housing policy. So I'm just trying to think through, like, how can we phrase it to be land use specific and also touch on what you just mentioned, how you increase home ownership through that. I'm not sure if you can do that specifically through land use, but maybe we can add something that helps with that. But I'm not sure what that is yet, but I'm going to just add that to discuss with our housing department, because I think that's a good point to think about.
Because I know there's sensitivity sometimes around missing middle housing, and that doesn't necessarily lead to home ownership, right? So I think it's just worrying about conflating those two things. Right. And then I think you answered some of my questions about 6, but I think 6 does need some rewording, because I thought you were meaning that the city was acquiring the properties for affordable housing, and the city itself was part of the issue of creating gentrification. But I think what you're saying is to strategically acquire properties, or to strategically redevelop properties that we already own for the purpose of affordable housing.
Right. So not really acquiring, but the properties that we do have, I think those being prioritized for affordable housing.
But I think you should add in acquire there, because if you think about the full operation of the land bank, I think PUD should be involved at the beginning, right? As you're identifying the properties that you're seeking to acquire. And then surplus land does have a particular definition within the city. So just making sure that you're careful about the language that you use. And then with 7, encourage the addition of diverse housing types within land controlled or owned by the city. Again, I would just, like I said in some other comments, I would expand that to public instrumentalities and land that is financed or otherwise incentivized by the city. Let me just see, I have one other. On 13, establish urban design guidelines for the NOFA and review process for multifamily projects. Housing also supports single family. So just maybe all housing supported projects. And again, I think I'd maybe expand that to projects where the city has provided some type of incentive.
And it might be some clarifications for a housing department in terms of the type of project, but I think that was something that came up. I can't remember exactly, but we can definitely clarify if it's all or if there's specific projects that NOFAs are focused toward.
Right. If you're trying to remove some of the language because language could change,
right?
Just talking about city funding or city incentives, I think is going to get everything. But I don't know why you'd want to just specifically focus on multifamily, where you could also focus on single family or owner or renter. That's where. Okay. And then the last thing was with 15. Was this coming from specific feedback that you received from developers, and these being the biggest pain points in terms of subdivision development? Yeah, this was actually, I believe it was UDPRP, if I remember correctly, or Urban Design Peer Review Panel, which includes some engineers from the Muslim development sector too. So that was feedback that we heard from them. Okay, because I know at least previously there was also, in terms of shared access development, there was a lot of pain points too, and thinking about that being a diverse housing type. So I just wasn't sure if the subdivision development issues were the highest priority, and that's why you're mentioning it, or some of the other pain points related to development in general, or development of missing middle housing types need to be mentioned.
Yeah, I think part of it was that we need to update some zoning regulations, but it's not just zoning regulations, it's also the subdivision regulations.
Okay.
That either from the development review panel or from city staff is doing that review day to day, say, hey, this is great, we'd love to move forward with this, but we can't because of these hurdles.
Okay.
Your project's now 18 months out from whatever it is.
And for that particular item, just make sure, was there any suggestions, or you just want some clarification that Patrick helped to?
For 15?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was just because you can't list everything in the implementation table, and I just wanted to make sure that this was the highest priority based on the feedback that you had received.
Right, 100.
Here, if I pop in real quick. Okay. I noticed on the EJ action items implementation table, the Environmental Justice Committee, which I know is very active in doing it, lots of good work, is listed as a key partner on several items. You know, I look at some of the items on the housing choice and access implementation table, for example, create an infill residential zone, allow ADUs by right, things like that. And my understanding is that didn't happen unless we first go through ZOAC and then go through CPC and then ultimately through council to make that happen. It's not like we snap our fingers here in Lower Dallas and it happens. Is it appropriate to list ZOAC and CPC as key partners on certain items under housing choice and implementation?
Yeah, we can investigate adding that. I think that just provides more clarity.
Okay, great. I mean, I think it would be helpful as a plan commissioner when I think about all of these various things. You know, some of these will drop firmly in our lap as a ZOAC member and plan commissioner. Others, I would love to be involved in, but they're not really they don't have a zoning piece. So I would strongly encourage implementing, you know, including CPC and or ZOAC or other CPC committees where appropriate, right, so we can bear, you know, ownership / responsibility for, you know, moving any appropriate items forward, and they don't get lost in the shuffle when we are at essential step along the way.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think also as we kind of move this to that body, they'll probably be able to provide more kind of clarity and details in terms of either other subcommittees or even other agencies outside of planning and zoning that could help with those items.
Great, thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, could you clarify number 3 for me? Create an infill residential zone to allow appropriately scaled infill housing in designated areas. What is an infill residential zone?
So part of it is the understanding that, you know, we have the R zoning district, we have the TH zoning district, we have the D zoning district, townhome and duplex zoning district. But there are areas in which we may create a new zoning district and then apply that zoning district for some property that would allow it to develop as a more of a infill and missing middle type of development where we don't have the same regulations about either setbacks or minimum lot size, you know, the density requirements that are in those other current zoning districts.
So as an overlay, or you just drop, I mean, so say you have an R area and you create this infill residential zone. How does it applies to certain lots? It would
be a new zoning district, but it would be an option. So instead of having to create a PD to say that we're going to do this, you know, smaller lot size, you know, 34 unit development, you can just utilize the infill development zoning district and not have to create a new PD, but you would then rezone the property. You know, let's say it's a
new residential zoning category.
Yes, yeah. Let's say it was a larger church, you know, 10 acres or so. Instead of having, and it's R75 right now, instead of saying, well, we're going to make it PD 1,418, we're going to rezone it for in the infill zoning district and just have that as a straight zoning district.
In one piece of follow-up there after hearing that explanation, I think that's something very interesting to consider. The only thing that I might suggest, hopefully without introducing too much complexity, is that maybe more than one infill zoning district. You know, there's the example that you give of the church that we might be able to develop into sort of a context-sensitive multifamily, whether it's, you know, garden style or something like that, which I hear a lot of, you know, demand, desires for from some of my fellow plan commissioners to, sort of the single lot opportunities that we may have where, it's a duplex, but someone wants to put in a duplex, but our duplex district didn't work. We're ending up with, a TH1 with deed restrictions. It's just a giant mess. So it may be more than one that we look at to see. So we have, not a one size fits all, but a couple sizes fits. Most of those conversations are a lot easier when we get individual zoning cases.
Yeah, 100%. And it's just understanding, especially taking a look at some of the more recent PDs and saying, okay, what were their base, how did we get there to create that PD? Okay, can we create a zoning district that would then allow what you did as part of that PD, and whether that's info 1, info 2, info 3. We don't want to continue to have 1,000, go from 1,200 PDs to 1,200 different zoning districts. But it's good to explore all of those options.
Ms. Milligan.
Forgot one thing. The second objective is prioritize housing investments for the most vulnerable populations, especially the unhoused. There's really no mention in any of those action steps regarding homeless individuals. So one suggestion could be within 6 when you're rewording it, and we're looking at acquiring land or redeveloping city-owned land to address gentrification and displacement or homelessness.
Mr. Carpenter.
And number 5, what are you envisioning as expedited rezoning?
I think that's a good conversation to partner with ZOAC and CPC.
Okay. Along. Esther, I'd be the happiest person on the planet, but yeah.
I mean, it's just about taking a look at our current process, both with rezoning and permitting, and understanding, are there ones that, if we have 10 cases that we can take, are there ones that we should be prioritizing because, they're working with housing on X, Y, and Z.
Okay. But it's not just a bypass path or alternate.
No, it would not be
bypass.
that it goes to Lawrence and he signs off and then all of a sudden it
Right.
happens. No.
Okay. Let's see. Number 9, where it talks about prioritizing the preservation and planning of neighborhoods identified most at risk of displacement through city-initiated rezoning efforts, including conservation districts, neighborhood stabilization, overlays, historic districts, and other anti-displacement tools to be established or something like that, because we know that the current menu is not adequate.
Yes, Commissioner.
And number 14, provide land use and zoning data to support city recommended changes to state law that remove barriers to affordable housing options. What are the barriers to affordable housing options in the state that is triggering this?
Right. I think not too familiar with the specifics, but going back to what we mentioned earlier, that we can't provide like particular mandates in terms of certain maybe number of units or percentages to be included in certain housing projects. So we have to try to get those through incentivizing or carrots that we just mentioned earlier. So those are some of the barriers. It's just based on the state law. There's certain things we can't do that you might even see like in New York, where they do have some of those requirements. So those are some of the barriers that we're alluding to.
Okay, and on to 15, I understand these are coming from the urban design peer review, and I understand reduced build to lines or elimination of build to lines or whatever, but we talk about reducing setbacks through subdivision. I mean, the subdivision requirements that we have to observe the zoning standards in the setbacks for plats. So
Right.
what are they actually proposing?
Yeah, so I think, to be honest, that's the first part of the sentence, update development code to allow more flexibility in certain subdivision and zoning regulations. The such as, I think those could be either we could remove that or we could provide.
I was just trying to figure out
more,
what they were, and when they go into the community retail zoning classification, what is the problem in that that one particular zoning classification.
Right. I think I remember that particular zoning classification.
Other than it allows commercial motor vehicle.
I think there's lack of flexibility in terms of including housing in it. I think that's what we heard from them. So I think that particular zoning classification, they said you can't really add more housing to it because of how it's written. So that's what we heard.
All right, thank you.
Ms. McMahon?
I was just going to mention probably some of those state rules have to do with the low-income housing tax credit program specifically. So that would be one of the areas.
And just I think I hear the last part, the state kind of component in terms of limiting or kind of holding us from what we can do. Was there a particular suggestion in terms of how you think we can?
Not requiring local support and or political support.
I'm not sure right.
Would be one way. But the other thing is really to look at, and the other recommendation that is relating to the mix of how many affordable units are in a tax credit program project. So, you know, right now, the majority of them are like 80% affordable, 20% market. But in New York, you'll often see 80% market and 20% affordable. That little bit of tax credit change can really impact the bottom line in terms of creation of more affordable housing units and mixed income housing units. So that's just another suggestion on that front.
Members?
For number 12, definitely.
Sorry, housing. Yeah, Mr. Goldstein.
On number 12, I definitely understand the need for expedited rezoning and permitting. I just was wondering if we're already doing the second half of that, and if you could explain a little bit about the housing pattern books and pre-vetted and approved housing plans.
Yeah, I can speak to the development internally. I think there's different kind of initiatives happening right now. So with the housing pattern books, we have certain kind of initiatives from both the kind of zoning perspective, conservation districts, historic preservation, urban design team, in terms of developing kind of a suite of plans and documentation to kind of get housing built that helps to kind of expedite some of that the permitting process. So we are talking with some partners, some departments, some other municipalities in the state, even out of the state, other developers who do this in the country, to just see what are the suite of options that they see making sense and how can we apply that in the city of Dallas. I think that touches on a lot of conservation issues that we see when new development happens in a particular area, making sure that it's in concert with that particular area, getting things developed quicker that helps get more housing in the city. But I think it kind of touches on a lot of different departments and a lot of different offices in our department. But I think the initial conversations are starting now. So although we haven't really developed anything kind of robustly comprehensive, there's a lot of conversation and it addresses a lot of different aspects of housing and community development design. I'm not sure if you wanted to add to that.
No, I mean, Mr. Aguirre is correct. Yeah.
Any other feedback? Sorry, I'm thinking of the pattern book, combining words. All right, eco-dev and revitalization. Milliken.
Can you just tell me what you're trying to accomplish with one? I just wanted to make sure I understood that action step.
So for that action step, it's taking a look at mixed use areas or older commercial areas that perhaps have some property that's being underutilized or that is vacant. And are there ways in which the city can be a partner in investing in those areas to be a catalyst for redevelopment in those communities? Is that
I can probably add to that. I think you need to also add the Dallas Economic Development Corporation, newly formed, as a partner, because one of our mandates is that we would be able to develop city-owned land for the purposes of economic development. And that would be business growth opportunities, new facilities, not restricted to commercial only, but could be housing. But I would say that the majority of the focus is around commercial development, particularly in Southern Dallas.
Well, and that was going to be my question, because I wasn't sure if you really meant to say outcomes and you were focused on areas where, if you were focused on jobs or business development, or it was just economic activity in general, right? Because you could have some business opportunities that aren't really job creators, but still. So I think you may just want to add a little more detail in terms of what the goal is of redeveloping on that underutilized land. And then with number 2, I had a question of what you meant by underserved spaces.
Again, it's areas in which have limited access to certain amenities. And sometimes there are spaces that community members will say, why in the world can't we do this here? It should, it is not being utilized in a way in which the community would like it to possibly be utilized, whether it's not being utilized at all or being underutilized in an underserved area. So they say, well, why can't we have a restaurant right there? You say, well, yeah, that space could be a great restaurant.
Yeah, I think just kind of trying to recall previous conversations, and I think that's why I kind of highlighted this in red. I think when we initially mentioned it, the term underserved, I think we're looking for another synonym or something else to describe that. I'm not sure if kind of just adding that definition would be sufficient, or if we need to look for just another term that kind of helps cover that, because we see that in this document multiple times. So if there's any suggestions in terms of either maybe just redefining what underserved is, or just removing that term entirely and thinking of a different synonym.
I don't think you even need it though, right?
Right.
If facilitated collaborative placemaking initiatives in historically and culturally significant structures and places to encourage adaptive reuse.
Okay.
And then 7, coordinate with OED to direct economic development resources to areas through Forward Dallas and other neighborhood planning and corridor efforts. So I was wondering if that was a little too broad. Economic development already has their focus areas. There will be housing strategy focus areas. There will be environmental justice focus areas. So what would be Forward Dallas focus areas?
Yeah, so maybe just a good point to kind of clarify. So through our kind of next phase of analysis, we're going to be looking at creating a kind of focus area analysis or map that uses each metric from each of these themes to identify, where focus needs to occur. So for example, when we're looking at like housing, for example, or the vacant percentage of vacant land could be a metric that we use to analyze that. When we're looking at close proximity to residential and industrial land uses, with 1,000 feet buffer, that could be part of the environmental justice layer, for example. So what we're looking to do is use each of those themes, each of those kind of metrics from each of those themes, and help develop a comprehensive focus area. Each of those themes could be a different layer, but what we want to do is basically have a composite analysis that uses each of those, which becomes, the focus area, EJ analysis or whatever. So that's kind of what we're thinking of doing. And then from those particular analyses, we can help to prioritize which areas need more focus.
So if I understand, are you saying you'll use data that you gather from some of your other initiatives to focus economic development efforts in areas that are already identified or could be identified? Or are you saying that Forward Dallas will identify new areas?
Both, in a sense. So I think what we want to do is we're kind of talking with our consultant to see kind of the scope of what we can do through this phase. So the most likely outcome is going to be probably post adoption of this, is kind of doing more investigation in terms of where those priority areas need to be, because that's a kind of a lot of work to kind of get that existing data and also identify what are those new areas that need to be focused on. So there's going to be some collaboration with other departments just to make sure that we're jiving with what their focus areas are, and maybe they have different themes or metrics that they want to use. So we want to make sure that what we've identified through the themes here from a land use perspective and what we looked at through our existing conditions report, that's going to help to give some level of focus areas or analysis, but we want to make sure that we are in coordination with other departments and their focuses too. So that might be something that kind of spills after for Dallas. That's a good question. That's what
Yeah,
we're looking to do.
I don't think you have to remove the language, but I think every department is going to be most focused on the areas that are primarily assigned to their department. And so if you add, the more areas you add, just the less focus you have from all departments and the less resources you have.
Exactly. I think what we want to do too, kind of just for kind of looking into my brain from how I'm trying to do this is each theme typically kind of focuses on a particular department. Just say OEQS, environmental justice theme. So we're basically coordinating with each of those departments, kind of see what that analysis looks like. What we want to do is have a kind of consolidated, collaborative kind of like overlay with all those themes, just kind of see like, or is there one area that has like every theme kind of like hotspotted? That might be a focus or priority to look at. So that's kind of what we're thinking of doing is coordinating with our different departments to make sure that we are in line with what they want us, what they want to do, but also from a land use perspective and kind of just being objective. Because what we're probably going to hear from council is, all right, where should my priority be? We want to be able to have some objective data to kind of back that up. So that's kind of what we're looking to do. It might, hopefully we want to have this done with this project, but it's a big ordeal to analyze and make sure we're being, we're in line with every department and what their initiatives are. So trying to do that in the next few months might be a bit too much, but that's something that we definitely want to add here and analyze moving forward.
Two other quick questions. I think then that's what you're speaking to in 8 also, because my question was, what are economic development plus revitalization areas?
Right, and what we could probably do is probably just maybe define that better in terms of the beginning of this document, this section.
Okay.
And that might help to just kind of help with this implementation section, because it's going to include not just these tables, but the analysis that we're just talking about with those focus areas. So we can provide a more language at the beginning to clarify that. So as you get into this, it's a little bit clearer what we're looking for.
Okay. And then for 10, you have ensure appropriate land use and zoning in designated areas to support emerging creative and technology industries to supplement the expansion of logistics related jobs. I guess I would encourage you to go back to the comprehensive economic development strategy. There are industry clusters that are targeted, and maybe being broader, maybe speaking a little bit broader about targeted industry clusters rather than kind of tying your hands to, or tying yourself just to creative and technology industries.
Right. Can you, that last sector, what was that last sector that you?
It's targeted industry clusters, right? So it might be biotech, but it's all the industries that support biotech also.
I like that. Right.
And then the last thing that I don't see in here is facilitating affordable commercial space and commercial opportunities for local businesses. And I was thinking through, I don't quite know where to add it in unless it's into 1 or 2.
I think because I believe Ms. McMahon had pointed out, if we go back to the economic development theme page, we added a
right.
Yep,
we added an objective in there that talks about removing barriers for local business development. I forget exactly how we worded it, but that's probably now a D at the end of economic development, and then we just haven't edited this part to be reflected of that.
Oh, gotcha.
Then having several steps in there, action steps to reflect that.
So that will be added to the
yes.
I have one comment, and that relates to the DART 2045 transit plan, transit system plan, which really relates to how they're proposing to use land around TOD stations. So I do think there's some reference there or some partnership opportunity there that needs to be consistent in the first section A.
Members, anything else on eco-dev and revitalization? Mr. Lopez.
Question for Ms. McMahon, Commissioner McMahon. Do we not already have an anti-displacement policy at the city? And I don't think it relates to small businesses, but it's not in place at this point.
Well, there's an anti-displacement toolkit that's been developed by Builders of Hope, and that is being endorsed by the city. But I don't, and I think they have some policies relating to anti-displacement, but I don't know how they're working through that other than through that toolkit implementation.
We do have a toolkit.
Well, it's been paid for, and I think it's complete. I'm not quite sure what the latest is on the Builders of Hope is the organization that's got it. That
Right.
has that responsibility, which I believe the city is committed to supporting and using.
Okay. That was my concern.
I'll see if I can get an update for
We
you.
want to implement something that's already been implemented or pushed.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the higher priorities in the housing department. There's no question about that. And my understanding was this development of the toolkit and the funding of that was provided by a private foundation by JP Morgan. So I think it's in place and it's being operated by Builders of Hope.
Do you think we need to strike the element on the housing side, the anti-displacement toolkit?
Let me get back to you on the status of that before we strike it, because I'm not really sure exactly how it's being implemented, to be honest with you. Don't have the latest and greatest on that, but I'll check into it for you and let you know.
Gillis may have some feedback.
It's not fully complete. And I would say that it would be something that, from my understanding as well, it is, although it is potentially citywide, it may be more West Dallas focused. So the city will certainly want to make sure that it looks comprehensively at all of the areas of the city. Not to say that it's not going in that direction, but it is not there yet. So I think it would be premature to strike it from this document.
And I'm sure there's some elements that are tied into state legislation as well that the city is probably handcuffed on. I'm sure that that is the case.
Oh, that is definitely an
This is
issue.
based on state statutes.
Some of it, yeah. Some of it, some
Well,
of the limitations
right.
in it are based on state statute.
Thank you.
The only other thing to clarify is that anti-displacement toolkit, I believe it's for residents and communities, not for businesses. So, yeah, and part of this location is to say, yes, there is displacement occurring for businesses that are an essential part of many of those communities. So it's exploring that concept.
Anyone else have something to add on eco-dev or revitalization? All right. Our final implementation table, community and urban design. Commissioner Carpenter.
I have one small change on number 9. I think that first word is supposed to be formally instead of formerly.
Yes, Commissioner.
Members, anything else? All right, well, I think we've reached the end of our review for today. Yes, let's start over at the beginning. We do have a motion on the table to send this forward to CPC subject to the amendments that have been made. Traditionally, before we would take a vote on a motion, we would give members of the body an opportunity to comment. So I guess we will open up the floor now if anyone does want to comment. Mr. Barrett.
Well, I'm just really glad, very pleased with this entire process, especially the way staff has responded to all the comments. You always worry that unless you provide exact language of what you want the changes to see in the document, that you won't get what you wanted. But you've taken not only the words, but the spirit of what we've said I feel that we've set at this group and taken some really, really, really challenging concepts in covering residential and industrial areas in particular, and applied a lot of your professional expertise to it. I am personally extremely pleased with where we have come or where we started on the Ford Dallas plan, and I'm excited to send this on to CPC and City Council for implementation.
Members, any other comments? Ms. Scripps.
I just wanted, I really echo what was just said. I wanted to thank everybody. I feel like I've learned a ton about land use, and really the intentionality has been consistent in terms of outreach to the community, taking feedback, incorporating it, kind of this iterative process. So I just wanted to express my gratitude. I'm sorry I couldn't be there today. We had a service call because our heat was not working very well. So anyway, thank you very much, Chair Rubin, and I'm very, very pleased with where we are right now.
Ms. McMahon.
I would just like to add my thanks as well. That it takes an awful lot to take all these comments in and to be patient with all of us and our opinions. And so I appreciate the grace and the patience in which all of you have exhibited, and the hard work. This has been a lot of work, and like Jennifer, I've learned an awful lot. So it's been great, and thank you very much. And I think we should just get it going, because I think that we've got a big hill to climb on this. So we might as well get rolling. Thanks.
Commissioner Carpenter.
Yes, I just very much, yes, I want to thank, the other members of the committee and the staff for all the time and thoughtfulness they have put into this. But I just want to reiterate, this is by no means the final product that's going to emerge at the end. This is a step, and I think we have gotten all of the input that this committee and these people can provide. And I think it's time to send it on to CPC. But I want neighbors, anyone listening, to understand that there's still considerable opportunity for input and modification. That it's not the beginning of the discussion. It's the beginning of the middle or something like that. So, and I'll be at the next stage at CPC. So it's not that I'm sparing myself anything. So thank you, everyone.
Ms. Milligan.
Just wanted to echo thank you very much to staff, especially me coming in the middle of this, and all of your patience. I really appreciate it. Thank you to the community members who gave their input. And Chair Rubin, thank you for being patient with all of us too. So kudos.
Mr. Lopez.
First of all, Chair, thank you so much for all your hard work in putting this together, and our Madam Co-Chair as well. To the team, amazing work. I know this is a labor of love. We're about to hit a milestone on this one, but thank you for everything you've done, from the community meetings to sitting here with us hours on end. To the community members, just remember, this is a framework, not a finished product. I look forward to sending this off to the Planning Commission. My only real concern is really with regard to the action steps. I asked the Planning Commission members to really hone in on that. I think this starts to get a little bit outside the scope of what a Ford Dallas plan should do. Maybe we're trying to overpromise on certain things. Just take a second look at that. I'm certainly looking for this, but I asked Brent and Deborah to really look at these action steps in a way that I get concerned that it is just a little bit outside our scope. But I'll leave it in your very capable hands. But again, thank you to the Planning Commission, and I look forward to voting this out of committee. Thank you.
I would also like to thank Chair Rubin and this whole commission for all their hard work, and especially the Planning and Urban Design Department. What an incredible team you have going around the city, listening to all these voices, our voices, bringing their voices to us, I think is just so important. And thank you to all the community members who've attended those meetings and given their input. Obviously, that's critical. The more voices we can hear and discuss these issues, the better off we're going to be as we move forward. So thank you to everyone involved.
Great, and I have just a few comments. First off, I want to thank every member of this committee for all of their hard work. I feel like I've done very little in the grand scheme of things compared to all of y'all who are experts in a diverse range of subject matters, whether it's architecture and design or real estate and development or economic development or racial justice. Without everyone's input, we would not be where we are today. So thank you, thank you, thank you for all of your hard work. And for those of you who have been there since day one, thank you for going down this long path with us. And for those who came in later in the process, thank you so much for your hard work to get up to speed and really providing meaningful contributions from day one. I also want to thank city staff. I'm not going to call you up by name because I feel like I'm going to miss someone, but each of y'all have had incredibly valuable contributions to this, and I've seen how y'all work together so well with different perspectives, but all with the goal of making Dallas a better place to live, play, and do business. And your hard work on this, as well as the consultants, is critical to getting this here. I also want to thank members of the community who have come out and given their input, not only at these club meetings, which unfortunately by necessity mostly take place during the middle of the workday, but also when the PUD has gone out into the community and folks who have attended those meetings, as well as through various online tools. So this has been shaped through substantial community input. So I appreciate that. I do want to address two substantive pieces of this that probably have generated the most difference of opinion regarding where Forward Dallas should go. One is housing and the piece regarding how we deal with missing middle and density and accommodating the regions, or the city, as well as the regions, increasing housing needs as Dallas and surrounding communities grow. We clearly need to do something and quite a bit to address our housing needs in the city of Dallas. And I think it's important that solving this, and addressing our housing needs through various tools remains on the table through Forward Dallas. Whether it is the missing middle, whether it's redevelopment of existing commercial centers. I think all of these things play a potential role in how we address our housing need, particularly under the land use piece, but also there are non-land use pieces that other parts of the city, and city government need to play a role in. But I think what's been really important to me is that Forward Dallas allows this conversation to continue so we have a full range discussion of the various policy, land use and zoning policy tools that we can use to address our housing availability, attainability, and affordability needs, not just in the immediate future, but in the long-term future as well. So I know that there are people with strong opinions at both ends of the spectrum. Some think that our single-family zoning needs to be left untouched. Other people feel very differently, and there are lots of people in the middle. So I think this Forward Dallas piece hits the right balance in allowing these conversations to move forward through our various policy-making bodies at the city, so we can figure out the best mix of tools to address our city's housing needs. Also in the environmental justice piece, I think this document has come a long way. And I want to express my appreciation to the various advocates from our community who have, came to us, reached out to me, I think other members of the committee and city staff very early on in the process to note that there are some real things that needed to be fixed from earlier drafts to get us where we are today. I don't think it's perfect, but I know staff and, various advocacy, individuals involved in advocacy and organizations have really made a concerted effort to meet on a periodic basis and hear each other out on the challenging issues that we face on, addressing historical racial injustices and environmental injustices that we face in the city. I don't know if we're there yet, but as Commissioner Carpenter said, there is still work to be done here. This is a step forward, and the wise members of CPC and City Council, as well as staff and members of the community, I think will work together to continue to get this piece right. Finally, I do want to mention that I think we've worked well on these action items. I would love, as we develop this and get closer to learn, to council and CPC, to learn more about the, ways that we measure whether we're succeeding or not succeeding under these various goals. I think we could probably suggest them as members of this committee, but the technical staff on the city side, I know, is thinking long and hard about how we address these goals, and hopefully meet them. So I definitely look forward to seeing that part being further fleshed out as we get closer to a final product to be passed by council that allows us to define those goals, not only in terms of what the measurable targets are, but when we would meet them. So again, thank you so much to everyone involved. This has been a wonderful experience getting to know all of you. Some of you I knew before this, others are now people who I consider new friends, and I've really enjoyed working with everyone in this process, and I look forward to continuing to work on it at CPC. Any other comments? Did you have something, Ms. Gillis?
I just wanted to thank all of you for this tremendous amount of work and time commitment. We have thrown a lot at you and asked a lot of you, and you have delivered time and again. I think this plan is in a much better spot. Just the comments and the conversation that we've received from you all, and the expertise that you've brought to the table, and how seriously you took this. We very much appreciate it. And it has been an honor and a pleasure to work with you all. So I just wanted to make sure that I understand how much goes into this. And you all gave so much of your time, and it's very, very appreciated. And we have great respect for you all and the work that you did on this plan. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Yeah, ditto. Yeah.
And I think, just to kind of piggyback on what we just mentioned, it's been a pleasure getting to just learn from you all, learning a ton, also learning from all the community members here too as well, that we're probably going to speak more about this week. So I do really appreciate just being able to be in the middle of sometimes seemingly conflicting information, and being able to propose and say, this is kind of what we're thinking addresses 70% of that. So it's been really a great experience. Please, this is not the end of anything. We're ending one process and beginning another process. So as we enjoy the roses that we're getting now, we're probably going to get kind of put in the different field when we get to the next body. So we're just going to take this and enjoy it for a few seconds, and then continue. She laughs, and then continue with this in the next stage. So just thank you all so much. That's all I got. Thank you.
Great. And I have one final thing just to note. As this moves forward to CPC, as of right now, CLUP still exists as a committee under the CPC rules, which is charged with not only considering the comp plan, but also considering area plans. So, with the comp plan being out of our hands, the CPC Rules Committee may go back to looking at how this committee is constituted in the future to address, area plans when we don't have a comp plan in front of us. So that will be an ongoing conversation. I'm happy to consider anyone's input, both from this, committee and the public, about what that next step looks like for this body. I don't think it's going to be a 13 to 17 member committee, likely, because area plans, while they're important, don't necessarily require that big of a body to look at. But just wanted to mention that, as we move forward to this, we will have conversations about what this body looks like for, as Forward Dallas moves forward. So thank you, everyone. And unless there are any further comments, we will take a vote on the motion to send this to CPC, subject with amendments. to amendments made by the body. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. All right, thank you so much. We have one more item of business. We have our minutes from our December meeting.
December 12th.
December 12th meeting. Can I get a motion to approve them?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Carpenter, for your motion. Do we have a second? Thank you, Ms. McMahon, for your second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries. All right, it is 3:17 p.m. and this meeting of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan Committee is adjourned.